going on, family? Let's make sure we get them likes up as you guys enter. Let's get them likes up. What's going on, family? What's going on? Welcome to Sage Talk on the Lapeef Network. As you guys enter, let's hit that like button. Let's go ahead and show Lee some love right off the bat, y'all. Right off the bat, want to show some love. If you guys don't know, the Lapeef Experience takes over Atlanta, August the 5th, August the 6th. That's the link that's pinned to the top of the chat right now. We would love to see you guys to tap in with us on ATL. The countdown has officially begun. It's next week. It's next week. It's literally in days. If you guys bought your tickets already, salute to you. The show is going to be epic. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears has been poured into this one. This is going to be one for the books. Mark my word. I understand that some of you guys cannot make it to Atlanta. No pressure. I know how it is, right? So we've decided to go ahead and live stream. It's going to be a private live stream. Those tickets are available on Eventbrite as well. So if you can't make it, I hope you can, but I do understand if you can't. But there's an opportunity to see both shows Friday and Saturday. There'll be two separate links. All the details are right there. If you have any further questions, then just reach out via email and we will address it. We will address it. Also, shout out to the sponsor, Sugar Curls Beauty. She's a sponsor of the ATL show. We do have one more slot available as well. So if you're interested in becoming a sponsor alongside of Sugar Curls Beauty, reach out via email. Just get in contact with me. Now, there's a sponsorship email somewhere, but if not, just reach out and I'll make sure you guys get the information and we can make that happen. Also, shout out to our sponsor of the channel, Tej Hanley. Feel Tej, uncomplicated skincare for men. Man, it's about time we start getting our skin in order. Better late than never, right? Better late than never. So go ahead and fill Tej. That link is in the description. 30% off along with a free gift. It's going to be a great show, man. And again, let's keep the likes up as you come in. Again, if you haven't already, hit the like button. It's very important. It's all we ask for. Super chats are appreciated, but all we ask you when you come in is just hit the like button. Let me go ahead and bring up the man of the hour, Mr. Lee himself. What's going on, sir? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, Jared. How are you?
No, I can't complain, man. Another day in the paradise. Still at
it. Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here, Lee. I'm going to let you do your thing. Hit the like button, y'all. The link will be dropping shortly. Just make sure if you're going to call in, get a spot. Once I drop that link, let's show Lee some love. All right, Lee, I'm out of here.
Thanks a lot. Right. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. How you guys doing? All right, all right, all right. We're back with another Sage Talk. As you know, I'm your host, Lee. And today I really wanted to get into this conversation. As you can see, the topic in the thumbnail, should high-value men marry baby mamas to save the community or the Communatau? And I did a little spoof where I dropped a Sotheby's auction, baby mamas available, January 2nd, 2023. Get them while they're hot. Well, I will say this, right? I wanted to talk about this idea, which I've heard, and was inspired for me by a clip I saw from the Bernard Riley show earlier this week. Shout out to Bernard. And his guest was a gentleman by the name of Mr. Let Go. If you guys are not subscribers to the Grown Man Hour over at Bernard Riley, go ahead and subscribe. Be much appreciated. He's doing a lot of good work over there. The conversation was a 3-hour-long video, but I sifted through it and took the information that I found to be beneficial. What sparked me and got my attention was what this brother had to say in proposing. And in his comments, he said, you know, whether you're a manosphere or not, as a black man throughout America, wherever you are, you should sacrifice your lives for black women for their bad decisions because, and I quote, black women are like children and they cannot make good decisions, unquote. These are his words, not mine. He went on to say that as leaders, we black men, it's our obligation to do this. And I thought about it and I was like, wait a minute. Ironically, last week I had a show entitled The Quantitative Value of that Black Men Bring to a Marriage. So in light of that, I thought to myself, it would be fitting to expand this conversation about what he was suggesting. The idea that black men, correction, successful black men making mid six figures to high six figures should wife up unwifeable women and their children just for the sake of saving the community. And to be honest, in many people's eyes, and I think this might go for both men and women, but definitely for a lot of black men, the Communatau is beyond saving. So I thought about it and I said, you know what, this would be an intriguing topic to discuss. So let's talk about it. First of all, I would like to say to the brother, Mr. Let Go, it's a applaudable task what he's trying to do. To reform baby mamas or single mothers to become better women. Personally, coming from an engineering background myself and have worked in real estate for several years, I know what reservation projects that they can be rewarding and that they can improve a community's overall environment. So I understand the mindset from where he's really coming from and what he would like to do. But I think the other side of the coin, what he's asking of black men is a major ask considering a statement he made in the video, and I'll drop the clip on that momentarily. And he said, the clip was pretty alarming. And it was regarding the extent to which, and I didn't do a research on this, I didn't have enough time, but he stated it, and his focus is on helping black women. And he talked about the baby mama crisis. And the statement he made was 80% of black women are baby mamas or single mothers. And I thought to myself, that's an extremely high number. I mean, I don't know if he actually has that from a database or if he is just making a broad assumption. But even if the number is not exact, but more possibly closer to 60%, that would still be a big deal. That's a big wow. And what I'd like to do first is drop the first 2-minute clip so you guys can see as we go along how this conversation unfolds.
Amazing relationships just with women overall, and I think that's one of the differences between me and a lot of other content creators. The relationships with women, in my mind, is bigger than just we want to sleep with these women and all this and all that, right? So I built the platform off of like welcoming women to my platform, having conversations with them or whatever. And I'm harsh, just like the Kevin Samuels of the world or whatever. But my harshness is from a father figure standpoint to women, instead of telling men, yo, leave these women alone, because they no, I'm like, yo, if you women, and that's the difference, I'm talking to the women, if you women keep doing A, B, and C, we don't want to be with y'all, you know? So it's a direct understanding of, if this doesn't change, we men are going to leave you alone and you're never going to get married, because my whole platform is about ending the single mother epidemic. So it's two sides of that. One is letting women know just run around sleeping with Pookies and Ray Rays is stupid. But at the same time, we still want you. And if you stop being stupid, we'll actually marry you and you know, take care of your little big-headed kids, while other people be like, no, stay away from single mothers. That to me, that isn't a community-based practice, because at the end of the day, literally 80% of Black women are single mothers. So that's like absconding 80% of our Black women population if we don't sleep with, you know, marry and wife single mothers. So
Yeah,
that's the thing that's different between me and, you know, other content creators.
So, you guys heard what he had to say. I think that is a tremendous ask on his part to literally have black men submit themselves in a way almost in a sacrificial type of way. And in the conversation as it proceeded, Bernard tried to elicit whether or not he speaks to Black men at all. He said definitively he does not. He's speaking directly to Black women, teaching them to change their behavior. In essence, what he said is, we'll talk to the women to have them conform to Black men. We will not talk to Black men. We will not teach Black men what signs to look for to be sure that these women have made some form of change to be worthy of a wife. But in essence, trust us. We got this. When we're done, we'll tell you, men, Black men, wife these single mothers. We have changed them. Their behavior has improved. Go ahead and wife them up. Now, he was very confident in the way he made these proposals as the conversation continued and went on. And though to him, I guess, that made perfect sense, regardless of the current laws with regard to custody, child support, alimony, all these things still in place and enforceable on a female or a woman's behalf. What he's asking from red pill Black men who have a perspective and a mindset, he's asking us to make what appears to be a ludicrous decision. Allegorically speaking, what I would say this situation kind of reminds me of, I think about the movie Jaws or Piranha. We know that there are sharks and piranhas in the waters, in the oceans. This is his proposal. But we've trained them not to attack you anymore. Don't worry, they won't bite you. They have been trained by us, we have rehearsed, and they no longer eat people. Specifically, they don't eat black men. They won't bite you, they won't do nothing to you. And the allegory really is referencing they won't divorce you, they won't take half your assets, your wealth, they won't take you to child support court and have you pay child support for kids that are not even yours. That you won't be able to see these things or see these children because, in the end, even after a divorce, these kids ain't yours. You ain't got no right to see them. So here you are, 5, 6, 7 years out of a marriage that you believed the woman, what she said was true, her emotions, the way she treated you. She seemed like she was fully reformed. My question is, can you trust them? That they have trained these women and they won't bite you, they won't eat you, they won't chew you up and spit you out. In the words of CGA, they won't get the bag and run. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, like, it's not possible to find a good black woman who do have children, 1, 2, or maybe even more. There are some good black women out there, whether they are single moms or whether they were baby mamas. People do make mistakes, and sometimes they learn from them. But what he's suggesting, because as you go into the conversation, they wanted financially sound brothers to step into this role. And even if a brother who makes 100 grand, 150 grand annually could meet a woman with children who checked all the boxes for him, would that woman last throughout the marriage? Now, in some cases, some brothers might say, you know what? This woman has a high value in terms of attractiveness, personality, or character, a not so extensive sexual past or history. I mean, if that even matters to you. But she's a higher class of woman, status wise, than you would have normally been able to get had she not been with a child. Maybe some men would take on and jump into those waters, in that pool, and give it a shot. To some, it might make sense. And she might not eat him alive. They may end up with a very successful marriage. She may have learned from her past behavior and choices and realized that the man she has now has really stepped up and she wants to be a better woman, whatever that means, right? But my whole question with regard to this is that if you're a brother making well north of 200, 250 or more, or possibly even a seven-figure man, because it's not like those brothers don't exist. Anton is one. I mean, he's taken, but he's not the only one. You have the economy to select a woman from any part of the planet. Why should you relegate yourself to a pool of women who from their past, or I should say from the past nearly 50 or so years, have been known to be man eaters. And I'm saying that, allegorically. Use men and spit them out. And what he was suggesting is that black men, you should take a chance. You owe it to the community. We need to build back what black women have broken. You need to jump back into this pool called the community where these women have been eating man eaters for the past 50 plus years. And now they have been reformed. And they got the certificate from my training to certify that they won't eat you. They won't take you for everything they can take you and then toss you away. In essence, that's what he was really talking about. That's what he wanted black men to do. Now I'm going to continue with the second clip as we go forward.
And Ray Ray, wouldn't you also say that they're not making a community-based action as well by
Women
doing that?
Women don't know what the hell they're doing because they don't have guidance from men. So it's like, and I've said this before, to a certain degree, women operate like children. So it's like leaving a whole bunch of children out there and the children are doing stupid. And then you just whooping the children or getting mad at the children or telling children, get out my house. The children are like, I'm a child. So they get out the house, they're going to do more stupid. So when you have a whole bunch of women who don't have the guidance of men, and instead they have the anger of men, like, get away from me, get out of here, you're trash, like, leave me alone. What do you expect these women to do but do more stupid child? So they need guidance. And that is what I try to make sure I do. I guide the women and say, hey, we want you, but you got to do this first, instead of we don't want you no matter what you do.
Okay. Now that piece right there, and I would think if you're a black woman, if you're an intelligent, educated black woman whether you came up with two parents in your household or one parent in your household, whether you're a college graduate or you're just a sound adult, the fact that he made it perfectly clear that women, you are children, meaning you're not really responsible for the decisions you have made over the past 50 or more years. So we need to wipe the slate on that, because in reality, you're just minors. You're just little kids. You shouldn't own property. You shouldn't vote. And you shouldn't be in charge of any financial decisions, because we don't allow children to sign contracts. And you, being that you are a child in a grown person's body, we understand that. So we'll manage you as children. You're not accountable for anything that you've done. That's the essence of what he just stated. My question is, and this is for the men out there, which of you black men who have spent the past 10, 15, or 20 years building yourselves up to become the best you can be? And that doesn't matter if you're a 20% black man, 10%, 5%, or if you find yourself in the most elite class of black men, that 1% black man. Which of you are willing to take that risk with a woman who has spent the majority of her life untrained, wilding out, indiscriminate sex with whoever she please, bearing seed for men that are irresponsible in their own lives, not taking into account the current environment within the legal system, the courts. I mean, even if the women have changed, the temptation is great. It's hard for even a good woman not to resist. And what do I mean by not to resist? I mean, many homes have security systems. When you walk in the door, you have a number of seconds to punch in the code, or the alarm goes off and you get a ring. And you got to give them a secret number, name, or whatever to have them not send the police over. But the court system is like a financial security system for women. And it's right next to the alarm system. There's a glass box. You know what it looks like, with a red lever inside, a little red hammer next to it. And above it, it says, if you're not happy, break glass and pull lever. And we know when a woman says she's not happy, what happens after that? You know, it might go to counseling. There might be a lot of arguments. There may be a lot of distancing, sleeping in different rooms, bad attitude. But at some point, it's going to evolve, or in some terminations, devolve into the point of where separation is going to take place and a divorce is the ultimate end result. Women know this. So even good women who make good decisions live with that temptation every day. But now you have a woman who have not lived a responsible life, who have been irresponsible, made bad decisions the majority of a young adult life. And now she's being offered a bailout by the best of the best black men when she has chosen the least of black men over the years. In most men's eyes, this would be a lose-lose situation. I mean, we talk about marriage being a business contract. As a man, shouldn't you evaluate the union with a woman as if you were investing in a business, in a company? You were buying a stake, a partnership, 20%, 30%, 50%. If such a woman was evaluated on strictly business terms, on what she can contribute or how she will perform over the long term, I think many men would say that's not a good deal. That potentially, I could take a big loss. And I think though the brother meant well, it seems like the only solution to fix the black community, from which our black women have been running for decades now, is we have to literally, like it was a financial spreadsheet, and we have to literally wipe off all the debt and say to them, we're going to start like you were a virgin, that all this stuff never happened. What man in their right mind would actually do that when we know that there are women out there who can be wives? And I think women who have made choices have to literally, however the dice may roll, if they come up snake eyes, the best they should do is raise their daughters to not walk in the same path they did, to have more self-control over their decisions they made. and that choosing a man and having a baby with a man is probably the most valuable decision that you will make in your life, particularly since it's the first act that you will do as a woman, giving away the second highest value you can to a man. Your virginity being one, the primary, and then bearing children, the secondary. And I think if enough women bear the cost of their decision, the next generation of Black women can potentially be wives for the next generation of Black men. But for the generation of Black men today who are between the ages of 25 and 45 and want a wife, choose the best woman for you. If that woman happens to be with child or with a baby, and you think that's the best you can do, or she meets and check off all your boxes, give it a shot. But if you have the economy to make the best choice you can possibly make, whether it's in the United States or outside of the United States, we live in a world now where we're not in just a global economy. Everything is global. That means your mate is global. And there are Black women all over this planet. I'm not suggesting choose outside of Black women, but there are hundreds of millions of Black women throughout this world. And I think if a large percentage, as he stated, 80% of Black women in America have made themselves unwifeable, I think that's a dilemma for them. And they have to figure out how they're going to fix that. And I would suggest that it's far easier to build anew than to do a renovation project. And Black men, you can start new with new Black women from America or in the Americas or wherever you choose, to get the woman that's going to give you the life, to bear the children, to be a feminine, supportive, caring woman in your life that's going to build with you, as opposed to a woman who will challenge your every thought, every idea, every suggestion, and will question your leadership because of her past experience with men who primarily did not have good leadership skills. So I'd like to drop the last tape to sum up this conversation. One second.
But do you think that if guys just get on some, okay, I'm going to wife up these single mothers, I'm going to get in a relationship with these single mothers, that lack of guidance, that bad behavior, like, don't you think that to some degree that's incentivizing it going forward? It's basically saying they can go be reckless, they can go do what they want to do, they can get knocked up, they can go out and live they reckless living their best life, get knocked up, get a couple kids by a couple men, and long as somebody coming through to rescue, to give them the stepdaddy bailout plan, that's just incentivizing it forward to where we got to be heroes with capes on, but they get to be, some, reckless chicks getting knocked up by serial impregnators. It's
so
like
you're comparing women to men. They get to do this, but we can't. That's what we're doing.
No, that's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is basically saying that if I do what I'm supposed to do as a man, I'm not going to go and get with some chick that did. If I do everything right, I'm not trying to go get with some chick that did everything wrong in the name of community.
I think that last statement was a mouthful. I think it sums up how Black men are looking at the world, their life, their future, which women they actually want to be with and will choose. Because I think for the first time in Black Americans' men's lives, we have totally had the freedom to choose what outcomes we want in our life, including the women that will be part of that. Now, before I start bringing up people on the panel, I have two questions I'd like to pose to the audience. And one, I'm going to have JR, once he's back, to drop a poll to see what kind of feedback we can get. The first question is, can a single mother with 2 or more children be submissive, be feminine, supportive, and be the peace a high value man would want as a wife? The other question is, what proof would you as a high value man want to see in that woman to confirm that she has been reformed? The other question, I'll leave it as a poll, so Gerald would be able to drop that once he's back and he's available. But I'd like to bring up a couple of people. Eugene, let me bring up Chaotic, because Chaotic has never been on the show. Hey, Chaotic, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you today, sir?
I'm awesome, man. I just got back. I preparing for a show for tonight. I would love to broach the topic, and I'm going to be respectful, if I can, sir. And good day to you, sir, and good day to everyone in the chat. I'm a little bit younger than you gentlemen. I'm 37 years old. My parents are still married to this day. They've always been married. So I grew up in a nuclear household, and to the best of my knowledge, the majority of my friends have grown up in nuclear households. Now, I was a former teacher, and I also on and off went to inner city schools as a child growing up. There is a stark contrast or difference in between a child raised in a nuclear family and in a single household, particularly those that are managed by a woman. I strongly suggest men who are millennials and younger, there is no honor, there is no reward in dating a single mother in our generation. Now, I don't know how it was for Gen Xers or boomers, but there is no honor in our day and age. Women now boast and brag about having sex. They boast and brag about their sexual exploits. And at the end of the day, when a child is born due to being out of wedlock, they rely on a man to play the sweep up game. And that is not fair. And like you said, Sage, we live in a global society now. Men have access to more information, more resources, and now particularly more women now. So dealing with another man's child is very dangerous in itself. Again, I taught, and I also have seen friends of mine who have dated single mothers. You're dealing with the baby fathers. You're dealing with abuse accusations. There are so many things that can go awry when dealing with a single mother. That child could get mad at you one day and just falsely accuse you of something. And I've seen this. I was a former probation officer. A lot of people that were on my caseload had felonious assault charges or some sort of child abuse charges. Because in my opinion, and I actually believed a lot of these guys, the child injured themselves while they were babysitting. And who did the courts blame? Who did the prosecutor blame? They blamed the man. So in my opinion, there is nothing to be gained in the risk reward factor. You have to look at risk reward. Now, is she a widow? That's different. I can understand a woman being a widow. and you say, you know what, I'm going to step in there. I can understand that. Particularly if there was a war and a man died in war and the woman became a widow. True, I can understand that. But a woman who was a hoe and just had a child outside of wedlock, absolutely not. Um, and I say that because what I'm saying is this: we have to start shaming, and I believe shaming these types of women will do great service to the black community. Now, what say you guys? Now, Sage, did I cuss during that? You know, because normally I'm trying not to cuss while I'm
Well,
on stream. What's up, Doctor Eugene?
I'm glad you cleaned it up because I try to, try to raise the level of the communication over here from both sides, right? Both the panelists and myself.
Mm-hmm.
But what you stated was very essential, I think, coming from you're like half my age practically,
Mm-hmm.
coming from a young man yourself, to really give some perspective to the environment that's out there with regard
Yes, sir.
to black men who are on their game, trying to build their life,
Yes, sir.
to establish a foundation for their future,
Yeah.
and what are some of the pitfalls that are before them. And I think we have to be careful because there are some black men who will sacrifice other black men for the sake of what they may
Mm.
consider as a greater cause. And part of what you said remind me of an old wise saying: "No good deed goes unpunished." And I think for black men who are like yourself and others who are working to not only build themselves up, but who want a wife, who want children,
Right.
and want to be part of a community that is uplifting, not something where when you go outside you got to be ducking and dodging bullets, and your children could be beat up or shot. I just saw a newsreel earlier this week where there was a young man very well liked in his community. He's sitting in his car with his wife, and some, they said, mentally disturbed individual just walked by, had a few words with him. He got out of his car to try to deal with the situation, and the dude just put a knife in his chest. And this man was well known by schools, police officers, the entire community. I mean, he had a resume like he could run to become a politician if he wanted to be, at least
Mm.
an Angloman or something like that, right?
Mm.
But here we have young black men who are looking to build and want to help in the community, but then we have to deal with these ravaging, savage individuals who have no regard for life and are taking out the best of the best amongst us.
Yes. And and thank you so much, Sage, and you are absolutely correct. And before I get into my part two, and I do have to prepare for my own show for tonight, I want to give a rest in peace to the legendary Bill Russell. I've never had the opportunity of watching him play basketball. I've only watched a few highlights, and I've only known about him through older black men talking about him. And also want to give a big shout out, well, not shout out, but rest in peace to Nichelle Nichols, who played Lieutenant Uhura in Star Trek. She
Right.
died today as well. Uh, Sexy. I mean, absolutely a sexy woman in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I have to admit that. But nevertheless, let me get back on track here. Um, you know, we have a problem in, not we necessarily, but from what I've observed, my good sir, the problem is this. Um, I'm going to use my fraternity as an example, right? So I pledged Alpha Phi Alpha, and we have a lot of brothers who start programs for young black boys. And I have argued with them for over a decade saying that you, dear brother, are the problem. You see, when you start these programs, you are encouraging behavior. So if you start these after school programs for disadvantaged youth, you are continuing the cycle. You are a part of that cycle continuation. Because a person who's just frolicking around having sex, they just say, well, you know what, I could just send my kid to some little summer program and some other man can watch my kid. That is the problem. The thing is that you as a father, and I'm not a father, but the only mentor I ever had in my life was my dad. I don't need another, I've never needed another man to hold my hand. And many black men need to think like this. You know, it should be appalling for you as a black man to want another man to mentor or be around your kids. And that's just what I've always believed. And that's why I don't like these little after school programs or save the, I'm going to use a derogatory word, sir, but save the niglet programs. I don't like these programs. I never have, Sage. Um, and this is also why I discourage dating single mothers. You are, first of all, putting yourself in a horrific situation. And secondly, you are encouraging bad behavior. The Jews don't encourage single motherhood. The Asian culture doesn't encourage this. In fact, they shame it. They shame this type of behavior. So, and also, we need to start shaming men. Why are you having sex with 40 different women and getting 40 different women pregnant? You know, a lot of black men boast and brag about how many kids they got. I got 5 kids, my nigga. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You're not married to none of your baby moms, you dummy. And so, we have to shame. Shaming is good.
Well,
But
those are the residue of a slave-minded individual, because those were practices that, if you look where slavery was prolific and the breeding of children for the purpose of work or sale, men were
mm,
selected to do that. But we don't live that life anymore. So it's problematic
mm,
when you have young men imitating a part of history where they don't even know, because they probably don't even read enough history to know of its existence. But I think it's something that is upheld within the community by many, and the way in which some older men may talk. But to add to what you were saying about shaming, I think what we may have to do first as men is shunning. We may have to actually
mm.
shun these
That's
women,
extreme.
because shunning will bring the conversation to the point where they need to figure out what we are doing wrong. And then the older women will have to step in and say, this is the cost for the choices you have made.
Mm.
How are we now going to save our daughters and granddaughters?
Now, Sage,
Where
mhm.
black men, successful black men, will want to choose them as wives as opposed to choosing
Yeah.
other women as wives. Go ahead.
Mm. Now, Sage, I thought that I could be chaotic, but you just said shunning. Wow. So shunning is the act of completely just alienating people from stuff.
Absolutely.
Wow. So wow. Now now, in my opinion, I agree with that. But I'm surprised that somebody who's your age will say something like that. What I've encountered is that older people, boomers especially, they have this mindset of it takes the community to raise, or what is that old saying?
Takes a village to raise a child.
And I have to say, sir, I am shocked, but in a good way, that you are not like the rest of boomers saying that. You're just saying completely just shun them. Good.
Well, I know changing behavior, if it's going to change, takes pain.
Mm.
And most people don't change willfully. They
No, they
change
don't.
when they have no choice.
Yes, sir.
An addict, even when an addict is no longer on the drug that made them an addict,
Yes, sir.
they're usually taking something else like methadone or something to bridge them to keep a certain mindset where they don't fall back into being a full-blown addict. And I think a lot of our women have had addict-like behaviors over the past 50 plus years, and how they have lived their life. And that change is not going to come easy. It's going to be a cold, hard road.
Mm.
And it's going to take of men with fortitude and
Mm.
men with discipline to be able to move
Yeah.
single-mindedly, independent for themselves, but single-mindedly as a whole, as a body, to not deal with these type of women.
Sage, can I say something to you real quick? And I agree with you. Many years ago, and sir, by no means am I an angel. I slept around with a lot of females, sir, just like most men have. Sir, I too have slept around with single moms, but this was when I was in my mid 20s. I had a girl. She was about the same age as me, about 24, 25. She had a kid. She looked me in my face, sir, and said, "Me and my daughter are a package deal." I looked at her and said, "Sweetheart, you are not a package deal. I don't know what you heard or what TV show you watched or what daytime show you watched, but you can never be a package deal being a single mom." And to this day, my good sir, this girl, now pushing 40, is still in the same predicament. And TV, these hashtag, Instagrams and TikTok hashtag movements are brainwashing these females into believing that this debacle is something to be proud of. The fact that she said that to me, looked me in my eye and said that to me. Now, this was 13 years ago. Can you imagine how women now feel? I'm not going to say her name. I had a single mom. I'm not going to name it, but I'm pretty sure people remember this. It kind of went viral. She said that I was obsessed with her. And I told her in front of thousands of people, I said, "You are over the age of 30, man. You are a single mom. Why on earth would I ever be attracted to you, man?" I'm not going to name the person, but I'm pretty sure people in the chat remember this. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Sage. I don't want to
Well,
overtalk.
I mean, what I would say is that women in general, they have a false sense of their attraction
Yes.
for men. It's overblown. And I think, we know why that takes place because there's so many simps in our community
Oh,
that
yeah.
falsely inflate their overall estimation of their value as a woman to begin with. But I think that in the past, I would say pre 2000 or 2010, men were forced either psychologically or male pressure by their friends that they should comply and
Mm,
get in line.
yeah.
So men did deal with single mothers and things of that nature, and some of us got nothing out of it.
Yeah.
But now we are in an awakening stage of life
Yes,
for
sir.
black men in general, but black men also. And we're taking the course to craft a new path on how we will live, how we will build, and what that community will look like. And we will have the choice in which woman we choose.
Mm,
And I think women are finding it very difficult to adjust to the idea that not only does a black man have value, but he know it.
yeah.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Oh, yeah, sure. I will be going live within the next hour and a half, so I'm gonna prepare. But not to sound like a broken record. Um, I always say this when I'm on this great network. My message generally is for younger people, you know, 18, 19, 20, 21. And there's a reason. Um, your generation, your age group can be the age group that destroys the cycle. There are a lot of good black brothers that are in jail, that are in that are 6 feet under, that have been maimed by some crazy baby father. Read the papers. Don't you take your ass out there and date any woman with a child. It is dangerous. You as a man, you should encourage these women to get back with the man who got them pregnant. That's what you need to do. See,
Well,
I'm
go
sorry. Go
ahead. I'm
ahead.
sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
See,
Finish your
my age
thought.
group, the millennials, We've continued the cycle as well. Don't let some millennials trick you into believing that we figured it out, because we sure as hell didn't. Just like the boomers did, just like the Gen Xers did. But you younger people can figure it out. Look at all the listen, you have access to more information, more stats than we certainly ever did, especially when I was 19. I was 19 in the year 2004. We didn't have YouTube and social media. Look at all of these stories. There are men every single day in these relationships getting shot and killed by the child's father, or a family member over somebody's kid or something. Stay your ass away from other people's kids. And I would even go as far as even go off the subject and say, don't even teach. I was a teacher at once. Let these fathers teach their own kids. Stay away, because you are living in unappreciated times now. Nobody appreciates you now. So if you are a young black boy out there, 19, 20, 21, I'm telling you, I am telling you, don't make the mistakes of us 35, 45, 55-year-old people. I'll admit it. There is nothing honorable and noble about you playing the pickup game of somebody else's kid, basically playing somebody else's saved game, dating a single mom. Don't do it. Get you a female who comes from a good family and marry her. That's it. Or marry the woman who has your child. On that, sir, I am out of here. I was
Appreciate it.
waiting. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was hoping that somebody who disagreed with me can cam up, but I'm assuming nobody's disagreed in the pack chat or nothing.
Well, I'm sure as the show go on, other people might come up that have different perspective, and I'd like to hear it as well.
Absolutely. Well,
Much appreciated. Thanks for stopping through.
thank you, sir.
I know you have your show, and like you said, you need to get prepared.
Thank you.
That's why I gave you the grace of coming up first, because I've seen you in the chat before
Thank you.
trying to get up, but there were so many people in the lineup that I was never able to bring you aboard.
And
Yeah.
I am telling you this, sir. I am over here sweating bullets because you don't know how hard it was for me not to use a curse word. I love cursing. It flows off my tongue so effervescently. But salute to you both. Have a good one.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. Thanks a lot.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Okay, I have a chat here by Chorus Harvest. She says, how many high value men are on the panel and in the chat? I think with that limited perspective, what she's saying is that there are no high value men worthy of a baby mama. And if you're not a high value man, you should be glad to take a baby mother. I'm not sure what is the actual intent of that question, because most men find their value not in their 20s, but in their mid to late 30s, and definitely much stronger in their 40s as they go on out into life. But the point is, there are many high value men out there, whether they tune into Sage Talk or whether they tune into the Lapeef Network, they're there. And the thing is whether or not you as a black woman would qualify for that man and that he would want to choose you to be his wife. And I think looking at it from the perspective as how you as a woman could be a better woman for a black man to choose you to be his wife, as opposed to a backhanded insult to say you're not even one of that which you speak of. With that type of ideology, it shows more proof as to why men who achieve high value should give black women who have children the side eye, because they'll never respect you. Tarani, good afternoon. How are you?
It's tyranny. I'm annoyed.
Tarani? Okay, not a problem. Well, be respectful, and we'll be respectful with you. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. What's your thoughts with regard to the conversation today?
Well, I just want to first say I'm not trying to rush. I am home. I'm a full-time mother because not many people can be a full-time parent. So if I do have to go, I'll just let you know, or if I
Just
have to put myself on pause or something.
right. I mean, if
Um,
you know your situation there, so if you have to take a pause to deal
right,
with something, not a problem. Go ahead.
right. So my issue with black men is you
Uh-huh.
take accountability and responsibility for nothing. You don't take accountability for sleeping with these women and having their baby. You don't take accountability for finding a wife first and then having a baby with her. You say, oh, well, men don't graduate mentally until we're in our late 30s. But that's
No
not
one
an
said that.
excuse. But that's not an excuse for you to go out and lie to a woman just to get her to open up her legs. You men know that women are looking for love. If you're not looking for love, close your legs also. It's a two-way street. The baby starts off in the nut sack. The baby does not start off in the woman's womb. So really, the baby is the man's responsibility because it starts with him. We just help bring forth your responsibility. Now, because you don't like that I disagree with you on something, you don't like the way I talk, you don't, then that gives you an excuse to hit the deuces. You hit the deuces, I pick up the pieces, and now I'm a baby mama. Whoever made up that term is ridiculous. It's only in the black community that you even hear such disgraceful words. Other cultures are okay with women taking care of their children because they understand that it's not the woman's fault alone that she's taking care of the man's seed. So that's just something that's very irritating to me, is that my beautiful brown skinned men, because that seems what you are, all you guys have is beautiful brown skin, and some of you got a job that pays up 150K, whatever. Okay, a woman would take a man with no money. Why? Because women take on projects. We take y'all and we build y'all up. Not only are we building y'all up, we give you a family. Now all of a sudden, some knucklehead is telling you to go do something with someone else. So I don't really think you guys understand that y'all are leaving us with your responsibility, and then you're talking down on the one that is raising your offspring slash seed.
Okay. Well stated. So let me start off by asking you, are you married?
I was,
Do you have children?
I do,
Or are your children by your husband?
they are,
And what
and
happened to the marriage? Why did it fail?
it failed.
I'm asking why. Do
No,
you want to say or no? Okay, not a problem. Well, the first thing I think you failed to address was that a man could say virtually whatever he wants with regarding to try to convince a woman to have sex. It's the woman's responsibility to decide if she wants to have sex with any man. And women are very selective on which man they want to have sex with. Now, you also stated that women like to take on projects. See, if you had a father that raised you and protected you, a father and a mother, they would tell you that you don't take on a man that is a project. You take on a man that's already built and is establishing himself, that knows how to take care of his own life and is capable of taking on a woman's life and the children that may come from it. See, the problem is that you women, you make the choice to choose the men who are projects, like you said, have no money. And then when he continued to have no money and he can't take care of the children that you decide to have, because remember, we've been living in the era, those who have been born from the 60s until now, up until June of this year, we've been living in the era where a woman have had the choice with regard to whatever child was born. The choice was never the man. Yes, the child is in the man's sack. It's his seed. But I would say this, every woman who have a man's child is extorting him for child support, go to the courts and give that man his child. Since you're so accurate that that is that man's child, give that man his child and let him take care of it instead
T-
of using that man for child support and other services from the system, and then claiming that the man is no good because you chose that no good man. You decide to open your legs with that no good man. You try to build him into something that you imagine in your mind, and you never knew if that man had those capabilities or desire. Hold on one second. I'll bring chaotic truth back up to maybe address
Oh,
some of your comments.
this dude
Um,
right here, very
I,
disrespectful.
well, I
Chaotic, be respectful
I
as
will,
best
I
as
will.
possible. She did not
I
curse. She's been very respectful
right.
on the panel.
Well,
Okay.
first, I left because, but the question about high value man that was asked earlier,
Right.
I wanted to say, and the person who asked the question is a member of the channel, and I understand her question. And I want to say this: by God's own ordination, the black man is high value just by nature. Um, Now, can you fall out of being high value? Sure. But God Himself made the black man high value. That's the answer to that question. Now, to you, Tyranny, we've spoken before. This is what I want you to do, honey. In your kitchen is a mop.
No, no,
I want you to grab that
no,
mop and
1
clean
second,
no,
Tyranny.
your
1
house
second,
today.
no,
Tyranny.
Right
Let him,
on here.
no,
Tyranny, be
no.
respectful. Let him get his
Tyranny,
thoughts out,
And
Tyranny,
he's
and
being
you
no,
can
Tyranny, I'm
respond.
not
disrespectful.
being disrespectful.
What
Tyranny,
does
Well,
my kitchen have
Tyranny,
to do with you planting
Tyranny,
seeds and not
Tyranny,
taking care of them?
Tyranny. I don't have any children, so you can't
And
ask me that.
why? Why do you not have no
I just
kids?
don't have any children.
so now is his. It's
It's my
now
fault that
he
I
is to
don't have
blame
children.
for something for not having
What
children.
makes you a high value if you have no
I
value?
just told you what makes me high value. God Himself, who's made I'm made in His image. Man
Maybe
is made in
we don't know if it's the God, the creator, or the devil. Both of them
No,
are
no, no,
God.
no, 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 no. Because
Okay.
you saying black women will say that the black man is God and all this. So I'm going by your logic. So if
I've never
we,
said that.
Tyranny,
But
hear
you
me
have
out.
said that black women are queens, right?
Yeah, you say
No, because you
You've
got
never
some
said a
peasants
black.
out
You have
there.
never said a
Tyranny.
black
You
woman
got
is a queen.
you
I'm
got
asking.
some peasants out there.
Okay,
No,
how
I'm
about this?
asking
I'll
you.
let her talk, Sage, and then I'll talk after
Sure.
her.
Okay.
She obviously
Okay.
doesn't hear what I'm saying.
You have to have a mind frame. Now, some women can go on to having a bird mind frame, a peasant mind frame, a follower mind frame, a queen mind frame. It just depends on whatever you want to be in life. Not all women is queens. But if you want to go back to our lineage, since you talk about God created you, maybe in the image of Him, okay, He created Eve right along with Adam, not too far after he was created, because Adam said he need her. Adam actually
No,
told the Most
Adam
High
didn't
God,
say
I
he
need
need
her.
her. God said it would be comforting for him to have her.
And He knows best, right? So why are y'all talking down on God? What God said will
So
be
then,
best for you.
so why did Eve immediately go and disobey not her husband, but the
We didn't,
commandment that God gave her?
it definitely wasn't immediately. That's a Bible.
However long it
So
was, it
Now,
exactly.
happened, right? It
Sage,
happened.
Sage,
Okay.
Sage, may I say something?
You brought up the analogy, so I'm
Sage,
just
may I say something real
completing it.
quick? Can I say
Sure,
something
go
real
ahead.
Okay.
quick,
If
Sage?
we want to talk about Eve, did you
No,
guys know
I don't want
that
to talk
Eve
about Eve. I
first?
want to talk about the
Okay, well, we're
subject
not
at
talking
hand.
about Eve.
I
This
want
is
to
the
talk
subject.
about the subject.
Tyranny, can I say
Okay.
something real quick, Tyranny? Can I say something real quick, real quick, real quick? You see, the problem with it is not just black women, it's women in the Western Hemisphere, is that there are never any standards for women. Now, hear me out for a minute. A woman can be fat, she can be ugly, she can be a drug addict. Society will forgive her and will uplift her. If I were to walk my ass in Mr. Olympia and say that I'm a bodybuilder, I would get laughed out of the room because the standard of beauty for a male is to look like a Greek god. Period. Point blank. This
But
now
y'all don't.
exactly.
And we
That's
still marry
exactly
you.
so
Y'all
Tyranny.
don't look like no
But
Greek god,
Tyranny,
and we
I
still
just
marry you.
Sage, can I talk? Tyranny.
You won't talking.
Exactly. That's the thing. A man can't say I'm a bodybuilder and he weighs 120 pounds and he's a toothpick. But you can get on here and you can justify being a single mom all day long and you can justify men not wanting to date you. No, we have standards just as much as you do. So stop it.
Stop what? Ain't no woman going around saying, I don't want no
Yes,
man.
we
Well, not
are
most
already
of us.
looking for
Most of
them.
us. Most of us don't go around saying, "Oh, he got a
Then
kid,"
what
I
are
don't
you
want to
here
hear
for?
because we understand that people
What,
got kids. I'm
what
not
are you
understanding.
here
This is what.
for?
Well,
Hold on,
what
hold
I
on.
would say, one second, Tony. What I would
Okay.
say, and the conversation as I laid it out was dealing with whether or not black men who are successful or on the path to becoming economically successful, whether they should come back and fix the community by marrying women who have been irresponsible in their choice in life and have multiple children by other men. And you came up here to talk about why we should close our legs. Well, we're not asking you to rescue us. You are asking us to rescue you. And what black men have decided to do is build a new community. And those who get left behind, unfortunately, not everyone could come along to the new kingdom. And I
Sage,
think you're arguing for the old kingdom to remain the way it is because it benefits you. But
Sage,
black men are taking leadership and
No,
we
yeah.
are moving forward.
Sage,
And
can I
Y'all
say
moving
something?
forward with
unfortunately,
the other races of
Sage,
women.
I just want to say
it
something.
may not look like what you're accustomed to. Go ahead, chaotic.
I just want to
No,
say,
because hold on. Now I haven't even got to finish my statement. Then we're gonna
this
go
is
back to
exactly,
chaotic. We just
this
had
is
a
what,
whole 30-minute conversation on talking down on black women.
I'm not
Okay.
talking down on anybody.
What I'm saying
There,
is you guys want to keep putting responsibility on us for something
no,
you did. Y'all need to start
no,
taking hold on. If you're gonna give a message to young black men, teach young black men to stop having sex before marriage.
Didn't I do
no,
that, Sage,
Uh,
when I was up here? I
no.
literally said that.
We
Basically,
will teach black men to find women that are wives.
You and your definition of a woman that's a wife is outside of a black woman.
No, it's
What is she
not.
talking
I've
about?
never said that.
All
well,
y'all do is talk about black. I have
I've
not heard
never
y'all say
said that.
anything about Hispanics,
We were talking about
Caucasians.
the black community today and
Hmm.
women who in the black community have children by other men.
But okay, but y'all not taking responsibility for giving the children in the first place.
Well,
um,
the black men that I'm talking about, they don't have those kids. You guys have those
So
kids with other men. So you
for
need to
other race
address those men
again,
that you have chose to have the children with. I have
other
two
race
children, but I
men.
had my children with wives, with my wife. No,
Okay,
I'm not
but
talking
you're
about
saying
white
black.
men. I'm saying that the
Mhm,
black woman that you are referring to, that we're saying should be responsible. What I'm
mhm.
saying is that those black women chose black men who, like you said, were projects that you wanted to build to make them
Y'all
a
are all
success
project.
that
Hmm.
they they did not fulfill what you imagine as an outcome, but you bear them children before they made you their wives. And while you as a woman would have a child with a man before that man make you his wife, is the problem that the black community has. And the man that I spoke about today, who is actually spearheading, trying to reform these women and their thinking, is trying to address the fact that it has been women who have been choosing badly. And it's up to about 80% of them. Now, I
Sage,
think that number is somewhat high, but nonetheless, it's a high number.
Choosing bad what? What are we choosing badly?
You're choosing bad to have children with men who have multiple children by multiple women that you know are not men that you should be having sex with and giving babies to,
A lot
but
of
you
these
do it
men are having.
anyway.
So tell men to get their together, learn how to treat a woman the right way, so that you'll stop leaving your woman, so that we can get in a relationship and we can make this build together. Don't put
Well,
the
we
responsibility on me
no.
because you can control
um,
your
Well,
wee wee.
the responsibility lies on both sides. But
No,
what I'm saying is, when it comes to when you say leaving the marriage, it is black women who leave marriages at a very high percentage rate, north of
why?
70% for filing.
Why?
The reasons as to why, I don't know, and I'm not
You
going to
should
go
have.
into that. I'm not going to
You don't
go
have
into that detail. But if
to.
you
Okay.
marry a man, you should make sure you're making a good choice. When that man says, "Would you be my wife?" you better make sure all the boxes you need ticked off to be assured that that is a good man to build with gets ticked off. If he's a project, you should say no. But you see, if you had a father to guide you to choose the man for you, more than likely that father would tell you this is not the right man for you, because many
Okay.
times as women you
Mhm.
guys make decisions based on your feelings, and
So
feelings are
it's the
temporal.
man's fault again because you leaving your children in a household to only be raised by women. Women only know what a woman thinks.
Men don't
Hold
have that
on.
decision.
So
No, you're
yes,
making
y'all
the
do.
statement as though men have a choice in that. No, the
Yes,
women
you
can go to
do.
court and she will get 100% custody. That is
So
the law
what?
in the
Do
land.
do
So
you
it's
think
not
we
like the
want
man have a
100?
choice. Yes, you do,
We,
because you can tell the judge to do something other.
we don't want
If you don't want the man
100%
on child
custody.
support, black
Let me
women
tell y'all
today
something. We don't
go into
want these kids all the
black
time. We would love to give them to y'all, but y'all hit the deuces. Y'all gonna find
Well, I'm gonna
another
ask
family
you
to
some
take care
questions.
of.
because you chose men that was not worthy to be fathers. That's your problem.
Wolf in sheep clothing. Wolf in sheep clothing, though. Come to
Well,
me with the beautiful
you should have been
Cinderella
able to
story.
tell that was a wolf.
Nah,
If
everybody
when
don't
you
have the
met him,
spirit of
he had three
discernment.
baby mamas that told you that he was going to build a fourth and a fifth. You chose to be the third baby mama, the second
It's not.
baby mama, the fourth baby mama, because
Sometimes
you
it's
should
the
have
first
talked.
baby
You
mama.
should have.
Sometimes it's the
Tyranny.
Well,
first baby mama.
well,
What you mean?
if you're the first baby mama, you should have made sure that that man was the right man for you, and you should have took him to your daddy and said, "Daddy, I like this guy. I'm thinking about marrying him, or he asked me to marry him. What do you think of him?" Did you
Wolf
do
in sheep
that?
clothing.
Did you do
Wolf
that?
in sheep clothing.
Start again.
A person can lie to you. Come on now,
I'm
let's
not
not act
talking about
like
a person
someone,
lying. See,
someone.
there are differences between men. It's not so easy for men to lie to each other. Men can see things that women will never see. I asked you a question and you abscond the question and went on to make an accusation.
What
But
was your
hold on
question,
one second. One second. Let me bring another brother up to this conversation.
man?
JCFO.
Um,
Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Welcome
How's
back
it
to
going,
Sage
Mr.
Talk.
Lee? How's it going,
Doing
Mr.
well.
Lee?
All right.
Um, myself, I'm 43 years old, single, no kids. So I don't fall into that wolf in sheep's clothing type of
You ain't got no
thing.
kids though.
That's the thing. I don't have any kids
Why? You too
because
old
See,
not
I,
to have no kids.
wait. Hold on one second, CFO. You came on the panel making accusations about men and their seed, and it's their baby, and they
No,
should
no.
keep their legs closed and not spreading it in these women. Here you have a
Mhm.
man that doesn't have seed in any woman, and you're accusing him, asking him why. Chaotic
He's
said the
not
same
high
thing,
value.
and you had the same response as to why he doesn't have children. Yet you're accusing men who have children recklessly and try to make it seem as though it applies to men such as myself, Eugene, Mr. CFO, Chaotic, but none of these men fit your description of the men that you're accusing. Go ahead, CFO.
this is the thing. To Tyranny's diatribe, over 50% of the black men don't have kids. They're single and childless. So you can't say most men don't take care of their kids or whatever. But another thing that the reason why a lot of high value men won't date baby mamas is because it's not financially it's really no
It's a high
financial gain
risk.
in it. It's a high risk. It's a real high risk. I have fellas that are high value, and they tell me all the time they don't want to date these women because it's a risk. It's always been a risk. It's been a risk since the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s. It's always been a high risk.
Okay, Eugene, you didn't get a chance to speak yet, so let me have you join the panel in the conversation.
Hey, how you doing, sir? And any noise that you might have heard while I was gone, I do apologize for that.
Don't worry about it.
I wanted to ask Tyranny, some questions because she said, she was married, and I wanted to ask her, um, was that his child, she was having?
Well,
And
she said both of our children was by her marriage.
okay, and then the next thing I wanted to ask her was the father active while they were married? Was the father active in helping her raising the children?
Well, she did not want to get into the details of her marriage and the cause behind the failure. It definitely seemed like she has a lot of attached emotions to that situation, and she needs counseling for sure to get her to cope with exactly what happened in her life and the decisions she made. Maybe she thought this man, she can build him. She said women like to take on projects. She would take a man with no money. Those type of ideas are not men. Those are not men or masculine men ideas. Those are definitely not high value men ideas. And a woman that would take a man without no money to become his wife and then breed children with him and then accuse him later for being a deadbeat of some sort. The decision to get with that man, to marry that man, and to have seed with that man was all hers. And I
Right.
think many women don't want to have that accountability placed upon them to really look in the mirror honestly and take the accountability and said, all these choices were mine.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, chaotic. Sure.
I find, and I've spoken with, and what's up to you, CFO? I've spoken to Tyranny before. It was about maybe 2 months ago. And I told her the last thing she needs to do is be on a panel full of men at 2 o'clock in the morning speaking to us, when instead she should be taking care of her children, mopping the floor, washing dishes. There's nothing wrong with being domestic. And the thing of the matter is, that would probably make her more attractive if she went into her feminine energy instead of trying to combat with men who are very, I mean, let's be honest. Sage, Eugene, CFO, and me, our combined IQ on this panel is probably 1,000. This knuckleheaded female got on here and literally was combative the entire time, just really, just pretty much just saying words. And what I'm saying is that I find what she says to be very offensive when she says black men are projects. Tyranny, if you're still listening to me, let me ask you a question, Tyranny. Black men lead in. Let's just compare the two. When it comes to sports, entertainment, when it comes to business, who's at the forefront? Is it black women or black men? It's black men. Um, there are equity firms that are ran and founded by black men. There are investment firms that have been ran and funded by black men. Do you want me to give you a list of them, Tyranny? I can do that for you. You know my email address. When it comes to the military, I don't see black women rushing to be in infantry. It's black men who have saved this country, not black women. So I find everything that woman said about black men very offensive, considering the fact that black men have died building this country. Black men have died in mass on the job. Black men are the victims of more crimes than black women. So this whole notion that black men are projects, no, black men aren't projects. It's black women who are projects, Tyranny. Tyranny, it's black men who come to your rescue and take care of another man's child. It's black men who save the community. So I don't know what you're talking about, Tyranny, but again, I just strongly advise that you pick up a mop, you put on an apron, and you stay in your kitchen and don't come on this panel anymore. You come over here to get mad and upset about what men are saying to other men. If you want to speak to women, go to a women's panel. Speak to other women. I
Well,
don't watch. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sage.
Yeah. Well, I think, part of it, as I said, she's still nursing wounds that are beneath the surface. But many women are starting to get a revelation when they hear men voice their opinion on what they want. And I think this is a new reality. The genie is not going back in the bottle. Black men are making their voices heard and are looking to make their mark in the world and compete like every other man. I saw a brief 10-minute clip from Anton yesterday, I believe, and he was talking about he drove through a community, and I believe it may have been a community where he once lived or nearby where he once lived. And the community was totally converted to an all East Indian community. Big houses, $1 million homes. Every person outside walking about, male or female or children, were all East Indian in that community. And the community, literally, there was nothing on the ground. Nothing. No waste. And what I'm saying is that we as black men, why can't we build? because going back and trying to fix the brokenness that exists in our community means it's an uphill battle to fight every ideology and thought that some woman might have that still thinks she has negotiating power in this conversation. She has no negotiating power. She's lost.
If
Period.
if I may, sir, can I just name off something real quick? I just want to name off something real quick for Tyranny, and I agree with you, sir. I want to name off something for her. These are the top. I'm just going to name off something real quick for this woman, real quick. There's a investment firm called the Ariel Investment LLC, $11 billion in management of assets. Brown Capital Management, Advent Capital Management, Q Capital Management. These are just a list of companies, investment companies that were founded by Black men that manage billions of dollars in assets. Now, when this woman comes on here and totally disrespects Black men, I ask you this, Terry, name me a company that a Black woman founded by herself with no help that manages that amount of financial assets. I just challenge her on things like that.
Well, what I would do, chaotic, I would take it from a different perspective because, the whole thing with Black men and Black women being in competition, I don't even want to entertain those conversations anymore.
Right.
Because Black women should not be in competition with Black men.
I
Black
agree.
women need to find their place by the side of Black men and become supportive to Black men.
Agree.
And our ideas on what a community would look like. Because obviously we've had 50 plus years of their rulership at the helm, and it's been, for a lack of a better term, no slide to you, chaotic. So I'd like to welcome Dapper Man and the Brick Slinger to Sage Talk. Dapper Man, welcome back. Brick Slinger, I know this is your first time, at least I don't recall seeing you on board before, but go ahead, Dapper Man. What do you have to the conversation? And what I'd like to do also is raise the question that I had at the end of my present.
Tyranny wants to get back in, by the way, too.
Two questions. Can a single mother with 2 or more children be submissive, feminine, supportive, and the peace a high-value man would want as a wife? And 2, what proof would a high-value man want to see that said woman has conformed as she has, to confirm she has been reformed? Sorry for stumbling. So Dapper, why don't you address that first?
First question. I don't believe that.
Speak up a little. You're distance away from the mic.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Most likely, from what I've seen, just being around, and being in the hood or being out there where I've seen a lot of baby mamas, especially Black ones, is once they go deep enough in that rabbit hole, it's hard to get them out of it. So, more than likely, no on the first one.
So you don't think they can be submissive? You don't think they can be feminine? You don't think they could be the peace to a man in a household, especially with her kids by 1 or 2 different men that she may have?
Most likely, no.
Okay. And what type of reform would you like to see to confirm that this said women have changed her behavior, choices, and decisions from what she used to do?
I guess it's kind of hard to tell, but I would let's see what she's trying to do to change. And if I say this is her way of thinking change, because there's a certain way of a certain mindset of thinking that is.
So, question: would you consider a woman in process?
Woman in process? Nah.
I would. If she gets the proper counseling, get the proper therapy, and if I can vet her and see that she's making some improvements, I can see it.
What would be the thing that you would have to see that stands out to give you confirmation that she's really been putting in the effort?
Her actions, communication skills. If we can have a nice conversation, and if she shows me through conversation and through her actions that she's changed and she's performed, then maybe I would take a chance on her. I think the thing is that a lot of these baby mamas are broken, and therapy is probably the main thing that a lot of these baby mamas need.
Okay. Miss Nurse Fancy said fixable. Now, I'm not sure if that is a question where she must be fixable or can she be fixable. That can be phrased both ways, right? The brick slinger, then I'll go back to chaotic. He's still here, so I'm sure you might want to add something to the conversation as well. Go ahead, brick slinger.
Thank you for this opportunity to be a part of this panel. First things first. To your first question, I believe it's possible. However, it's going to be difficult because a woman with multiple kids, with more than one kid, and coming with more than one father, it's definitely going to be difficult when you already got two, three offsprings of 2, 3 other dudes. So she have to put herself in a position to keep the kids in a position of control as she gets to the position where she can be submissive in so many ways. Yes, therapy should play a part in her transforming from being the broken to, in some shape or form, fixed in a way. And then the second one, the way that she can prove to show that she has been reformed is through action. Like the brother said, through action, through the way she communicates, the way she present herself by herself, so that when she's with her man, she don't have to change from one thing to another. She's that all the way. So she don't change her presentation. She don't misrepresent him in a way of misrepresenting herself, and she don't misrepresent her kids. And another thing is when the kids start to respect the man that is with their mother, when she puts them in a position to let them know, like, yo, this guy is who I'm with. I don't want y'all to be out of pocket. So
now, do you think that's something you could say to a child and they would automatically conform? Or do you think that's something more where a child needs to have that kind of training and discipline over time?
Definitely over time. Well, not over time. It definitely gonna take some time to process and progress for the kids to, especially if the kids is already trained to be respectful to men or be respectful to authority, period.
Okay.
It definitely gonna take some time.
And do you have an age limit where the first child and the second child can be no less than this age and no greater than another age? What's your perspective on that?
Ooh. Well, if anything, the first and the second child should not be more than 5 years apart.
Okay, but what would be the age of the first child? Let's say.
First child. Let's say the first child would be 10.
10. So the other child would be around 15.
Right.
So you're telling me you could walk into a relationship with a woman that have a 15-year-old daughter or son, and that child has not had any discipline or training to be respectful to men of authority, and that he has seen several men come and go in relationship with his mom, and now all of a sudden he should respect you and listen to what you tell him or her? I mean, do you think that's realistic?
to a degree. And like I
Okay.
said, it have to be the mother to make that move. She got to make that call to let it be known, like, yo, this is the man. He's that guy, and that the kid should be in their place. And if the 15-year-old decided not to, then that's already going to be a problem all the way. That's going to be a problem, because here's a guy that's going to not only be with the woman, but also be there for the children as well.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Dad.
Kyle, I'd like to bring you up, but I can't see your face, and I'm not going to bring you up on a panel unless I can see you clearly. So adjust your camera so that can happen. I'd like to read the chat by Hollywood 360. He said, "Can I get straight Fs all year in high school and get into Yale?" And I think that's idealistically, I think to some degree, that's what we're hearing. We're hearing that a woman can fail in making bad decisions for a good majority of her life, or at least a third of her life, depending on her age. And then all of a sudden, through therapy and conversation, make a 180-degree flip. A woman who may have been disrespectful to Black men, never respected Black men, now come to the point where she's fully respectable to Black men and submissive to a Black man's leadership. I think that's what we're really asking. Kay and Christopher, I need you guys to be steady on camera, can't be in and out, and I'll be more than happy to bring you up. Alvin, Henry, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you? Okay, he dropped off just now. CFO, I think you wanted to make a comment.
To the question of can a woman, me personally, I've dealt with a woman who had a teenage child.
Mute up. Somebody's got an echo going on. That's, I think, Christopher. Can you mute up? Thanks. Go ahead.
When I met the young lady, she had a 13-year-old daughter. One of the first conversations that me and her had was, before we even take this further, I need to talk to your daughter and just, see what was going on in her world. And as we started dating, I got more and more attached to her daughter, more like a stepfather type of figure. Even though it didn't work out, I still have a open communication with her daughter, because her daughter really appreciated how I, stepped up and was there for her when she needed me. I think it's solely on the mother to instill that value in the kids, because if the mother doesn't instill the value in the kids, then that's going to be the big problem.
Okay. So we do have two gentlemen on the panel who think it is possible. Chaotic, you want to add something to that before I bring Christopher up to get his opinion as well? Chaotic, are you there? Okay, Christopher, Kashmir, go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Stage Talk.
Well, in my opinion, okay. The first child is gonna be like 4, maybe. The second, probably like 7.
Well, let's first answer the two questions. The first question
go
being,
ahead.
can a single mother with 2 or more children be submissive, feminine, supportive, and be the peace a high-value man would want for a wife? The second question is, what proof would you, as a high-value man, want to see in that woman to confirm she has been reformed?
Okay. Well, for the first question, I believe she can, and also I think it depends on the type of man she's quote unquote dating, because
expound upon that. What do you mean, the type of man?
Like, for instance, what I see a lot growing up, right? I see a lot of men arguing with women a lot, like just like getting emotional, to the point where like he's like almost about to fight and curse this woman. And in my head, it's like, bro, like you kind of look like a fool, and plus, it's like you're stooping down to her level, like a woman, basically.
Okay, let me ask you
Go ahead.
2 questions. 1, how old are you? And 2, are you married or have you been married?
I am 27.
Okay.
I never been married,
Okay.
but I like to say this. I grew up in a dysfunctional household, and I have seen.
With your mother or with your father?
I didn't really grow up with my father
Okay.
like that. I knew of him, but I didn't really grow up in like in the same house with him really. But I have seen like just men always stooping down to the level of a woman. Now, in my opinion, I think women like do these things because like to basically test you as a man, like your armor, to see if your like manhood is like impenetrable.
Okay. And what is the purpose of the test that you would say?
To ensure her livelihood.
Okay, so is that a process of elimination to make sure she's getting the best quality man? Is that your assessment?
Yes, a little bit. Yes.
So why then do so many women make bad choices if they're testing the man to see if the man really lives up to who he may present himself to be?
I mean, in my opinion, a woman tolerate what they're used to, man. I mean, and like I grew up in the hood, right? And like it took me like I had to read some books to kind of change my mindset a little bit, to take to get out that mindset, and I realized I really wasn't like, that guy. You kind of have to be humble, you know. You like don't
You
prove
mean
your
humble
man
when you're dealing with a woman, or humble how?
like how can I say this? When you taking care of a woman, like having sex with a woman and taking care of a woman is like it's easy to have sex with a woman, but taking care of a woman is, in my opinion, is a totally different like
Have you ever taken care of a
mindset.
woman? Have you lived with a woman and been responsible for 80% or more of the expenses?
No, I have not.
Okay. Have you lived with a woman before?
Well, yeah. My mother.
Well, that doesn't count.
How it doesn't count? I mean,
Have you been taking care of your mother financially?
I try.
Well, when
It's
you're
a
in a
complex
relationship,
situation.
when you're in a relationship, you can't try. See, this is the problem. You have
That's
to
not
already
really what
be,
I'm.
listen to me. You have to be already the man capable of not only taking care of a woman's all of her needs to live with you in that home. Meaning you have to be able to feed her, clothe her, provide insurance for her, transportation either by a car or by public transportation, depending on your state. You have to be able to have medical insurance. You have to provide entertainment, buy her fashionable clothing. You have to be able to do a lot for a woman. And when
Go ahead.
she gets pregnant, you have to be able to be in a position to take care of your child when that child comes into this world. So
So
for
you,
you to even say
sir,
your mother as a particular woman, I think you still have not grown into maturity yet
but
of
sir,
what a
you
man
agree with
should
me
be.
then?
Say again?
You agree with me?
At what?
It's a whole different other level.
I know it's another level, but I was trying to probe to see when you say it's another level, are you speaking from experience or are you speaking from just a hypothetical
I
idea?
mean, I see other people's experience,
Such as?
how they conduct themselves
No, when you
when
say
they're.
other people, give me an example. Uncles, brothers, distant relative. What individual that is married, that is living with a woman, or the woman lives with him,
Say
that they're responsible to take care of?
he has a terrible echo.
Can you mute up a little bit, Christopher, so I can speak and then we don't have the echo? And then when you speak, I'll be quiet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, cool. So my point is, I'm trying to elicit when you say the distinction between a man living with a woman or a woman living with a man and the expenses that is required to provide for that family versus a man just going out there having sex with women randomly, what where are you speaking from? Are you speaking from just random information, hypothetically, or do you have real life experience to add to this panel? And that's what I'm trying to elicit. Go ahead, you can speak. Respond.
You can learn a lot just from just observing. You know, I
That
mean,
is
I have
true.
I
I'm
have a
trying
lot
to
of
find out who have you observed. That's what
I
I'm trying
have
to
I have
find
a
out.
lot of brothers who's married, who's been married for
Uh-huh.
13 years. Some of them been
Okay.
divorced. Some of them
Okay.
have two wives. You know,
Okay.
and they're able to take care of them. You know, some of them failed. You know, and I learned
So you
from.
come from a big family.
No, actually, I don't. I don't. I come from. Well,
Okay, you're
I come
throwing
from
me
a
off. You said you have
dysfunction.
many brothers,
When I say
and then you
brothers,
have
no,
okay
when I say brothers, right? I mean like brothers, like out, like
people you
go,
know.
yeah, people I know, like personally, right? And
Okay,
I watch them how they move, and they
but
always talk.
have you sat down and had a conversation with
Yeah,
them?
yeah, I have,
Okay, all
I
right.
have.
That's important because sometimes observation can be misleading if you don't
Yes,
know details.
yes, sir.
Sit tight. Let me get back to you. I want to
Okay.
bring up. I want to bring up Alvin.
Yes. How you
Good
doing?
afternoon, sir. Welcome to Sage Talk. How you doing?
Thank you, and great show, by the way.
Thank you.
I can speak to this because I've been married 15 years. I married someone who had a kid, and we have 3 kids together. I didn't have any kids out of marriage. My parents are married. My grandparents were married until death. So I can speak on this situation. For
Okay.
all of you that are entertaining getting into relationships with women that have kids, I do not, unless you have your own kids, I don't recommend people who don't have kids to even date women that have kids. If you have your own kids and you're a single father or whatever, and you want to date a woman that has kids, fine. But if you do not have any kids, do not date women that have kids. And this is coming from somebody that married a woman that has a kid, and we have 3 kids together, and we
And
have girls, all
I would like to
girls.
say, Alvin, if you can repeat that statement again, the warning, because you have real life experience to what you're adding to this conversation. So go ahead and kind of repeat that quoted statement about the choices you should make as a man with or without children with regard to dealing with a woman with children.
Absolutely. If you do not have any kids yourself, do not date women who have kids. Don't even entertain it. If you do not have kids yourself, if you are a single man and you have no kids, find a woman that has no kids. Now, if you are a man and you have kids of your own and you want to date a woman that has kids, fine. But you have no idea what you're getting into when you are not a father yourself and you try to take on somebody else's responsibility. Like it's a whole whatever you think it is, it's a whole another ball game. And this is someone I'm still married now. I've been married for almost 15 years. I'm 40 years old, so I know about this whole thing. Um, if a woman who has a kid wants to be married and she wants to marry a high value man, I make over 6 figures. Um, she needs to be exceptional. She needs to be extraordinary in more than one way. A lot of women that have kids, if you catch them and their kid is probably 10 years old, that means that they've developed masculine traits for over 10 years because they have had 10 years of being the mother and the father, being the provider, being the worker, being the everything. And through Darwinism, they are going to develop masculine traits. They're used to having say so over everything. And so when you come in that house and you're like, you know what, maybe you should change this to this, they're going to be like, who are you? Because they've been calling the shots for years and years and years. And here you come saying like, hey, you know what, maybe you need to do something like this. And I didn't have any kids when I met my wife. I didn't have none. And here I am like, hey, you know what? You should do this. You should do this. I come from a 2-parent household. My parents are still married, but still, it's a whole different ball game when
So
you're stepping into that situation.
let me ask you, in your
Yes.
evaluation, when you were deciding after being in the relationship whether or not to choose this woman and make the decision to marry her, you know, were there any, principal things for you that you saw that you said, you know what, these boxes checks off for me that are more valuable than the other boxes that checks off that may detract? How did you come to that conclusion and enlighten our panel and our audience, our chat, to understand how a man like you, a high value man making over 100,000 a year, made that decision as well?
Well, first of all, when we got married, I was not how I am today. So I was not high value. She's actually a couple years older than me. So
Okay.
she got with me before I got to that level. The number one thing that checked the list is that no baby daddy issues. So her baby's father was deported. When the baby was born, I guess when she was 2 years old, the daughter, he left the United States and he can't come back. So I've never had to deal with the baby father. So that was probably the most important thing. If I was going into a situation like that, I didn't want to deal with anybody's baby daddy. So
Okay.
that was the number one. The number two thing that checked the list is that what was her femininity level? Like she's very feminine. Like that lady that hopped on this podcast or whatever. My
Mhm.
wife would have never done that. My wife would never let you see her any less than 100%. So if you see her, you're gonna see her like she's going to church or like she's going to dinner. She will never be unpresentable when you see her, and that's a big part of being feminine. There is no way in
Absolutely.
hell my wife would ever be seen in public non-presentable. And if I know she'd hold those standards for herself, then she would hold those standards for our kids, and she held those standards for her daughter that she had before we got married. So I knew that she's big on representation. She's big on cleaning, running a household, and things like that. So that was probably the second biggest thing that checked my box. The
Okay.
third thing is work ethic. She didn't get with me and look for me to save her. She wanted a partner, and like I said, she's about 4 years older than me. So
Okay.
she knew that there was going to be some growing pains, and I was really young. So she wasn't looking to me to like take care of her and just provide everything like I do now. So we pretty much had to like build everything together.
Okay.
So,
Excellent. Excellent. Uh, Chaotic, you want to add anything to that?
I do. Can you guys hear me now?
Sure. Yeah.
Um, let Alvin be a testament to you all. Now, mind you, I don't have any children. I don't date. I haven't dated single women in over a decade, or single mothers in over a decade. And he pretty much told you that everything that I said. Notice he said one of the things, the priority was I never had to deal with the child's father. That's what made the relationship work. That's why you said that, right, Alvin? That's why.
absolutely.
Never had to deal with the child's father. And again, a man, whether he's gone or in the house, if that child says something, Alvin, you already know a lot of men just go haywire. They don't even think. They just, oh, what? So you notice also that he said the woman he's married to is domestic. She would have never behaved like tyranny. Did you notice that? Now, this is why I say this to especially younger men who are 19, 20. Just listen to the details. He said, my wife would have never gotten on here acting like a fool, embarrassing herself and her family and her marriage. When you are a single mother and when you are over the age of 30, it's not attractive. Tyranny, I'm sorry, sweetheart, you're not attractive. And I'm not saying that you're ugly, but what I'm saying is that you're a single mom, you're over 30, you're not domestic, and you're being combative with men, and this
And
is
she's
not
being
for you.
masculine.
I beg your pardon, Sage?
And she's being masculine.
And she's being masculine. And this is what I'm saying. If you are going to be a single mother, and if you are a man who's interested in a single mom, just date the ones who are damn near perfect, like what Alvin is talking about. His wife probably is damn near perfect, and that's why he's still married to her after 15 years. And he's still a young man. And so this is what I'm trying to tell young people when I talk to them. Listen to us older people who will admit to these things. A lot of people won't even admit to that. This man is telling you, I married a woman who's a single mom, and I'm telling you not to do it. See, a lot of men wouldn't have done that. Alvin, I salute you for that.
Well, he's a person that is honest and straightforward.
Yeah, that is honest, straightforward. But see, mind you, he's probably married to a unicorn. Whereas a lot of you are not going to find that unicorn. You're going to find a tyranny. And you notice how her name is Tyranny? Tyranny. Or like tyranny. And that woman is just combative. Now she's in the back, and I know she wants to talk to me. So if she wants to come up, say, I don't know if you would let her come up, but I got a few more minutes.
Well, this is a man's channel, and I try to keep the female ideologies at a minimum. And even though this topic is on marriage, this topic is really about the decisions that high value men would make, and not so the opinions of what the woman might think.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Alvin, if you don't mind. Is your wife a Black American woman or something different ethnicity?
No, she's Black. She's African American. She's light skinned. She's not biracial though. So
okay. All right. Perfect. So as I said in my presentation, guys, it does not mean that there are not good Black women out there that have children or one child from a situation that didn't work out. But you have to be very selective when you're dealing with a woman to evaluate, does she cut the mustard? Does she meet the bar?
Yeah.
And what things are your deal breakers? And as Alvin stated, issues with the baby's father was a potential deal breaker, and that was taken off the table. Her femininity was 100% visible in his life, and she was there for him, and that was a situation that was fully presented. And the fact that she did not have any rose-colored ideas that she wanted a man to come in and take care of her, that she was willing to work and build with this man. So this woman came into the picture fully accountable for her past situation and where she was looking to go forward. And I think as men, we really need to take account of some of the things that Alvin dropped today, because those are very valuable things to evaluate when you're talking to a woman, even a woman that has no children. Those things, that femininity piece is valuable. How she's looking at you to build with you in the future, that's important. Go ahead, Chaotic. I saw you had your hand up.
I want to notice, so the people can't see this, but there's an individual in the back named Mr. Ballgame.
There we go. What's up?
This Negro in the back.
No, don't do that.
He asked me, "You're a Negro. What's wrong with that?"
Let's keep it professional and not. Don't say things that might trigger individuals.
This man,
Chaotic. It was a joke, brother. It was a joke. It was a joke. If you follow the chat in the back, it was a joke. I'm clearly on board with everything that's being said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nah, he pulled a fast one on me, bro.
Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Ballgame, welcome to Sage Talk.
How we doing, gentlemen?
This might be your first time.
It
welcome
is indeed.
To the conversation. Go ahead, talk to me.
Sage, your mic is real low too, by the way.
I'd like to salute the brother Alvin.
Okay. Alvin, can you mute up just in case? Because we've been getting an echo for a while, and I'm not sure if it was coming from you or not. Yeah.
All right.
I'd like to salute the brother Alvin for coming up here and speaking his truth first and foremost. I think one of the most important things that I heard him say also was that he's been married for 15 years, which means that he was probably dating his wife for several years prior to getting married to her as well. And a woman almost a decade and a half of being with her now at this point is a lot different than what a lot of the gentlemen out here trying to deal with these days. So she probably saw and had instilled in her everything that he's benefiting from now as well. A lot of these women, man, is what I'm seeing, because I have two sons, 25 and 27 years old. It is a struggle out here. My sons come from a two-parent household. My wife and I have been together for 30 years in November 16th of this year will be 30 years.
Congratulations.
And yeah, thank you. And my daughter, she's 30. So, but you know, it is what it is in terms of, I think the foundation. If the foundation is good, kids don't settle and they don't make mistakes that generally have to have them put in situations out here where they're having to deal in all of this chaos. And a lot of what I'm seeing from my sons being out here dealing with women and stuff, it's just chaos because there's no structure anywhere, right? We want what's best for all our kids and all of humanity in terms of our race to succeed and things of that nature, and we can't stay going positively towards progress if we stay divided. But in the same sense, I think what really just needs to be said is that women need to allow themselves to humble themselves enough to realize that men are men for a reason, right? I'm not saying every man is capable of leading, but you got to be really smart about how you vet men to ensure that he is indeed capable. And once he proves that, find your space in your place next to him and allow him to do what he has been built to do. All of this back and forth. I saw a young lady in the comment section. She was like, "Why is there competition?" Listen. I don't need my wife ever to push me to do anything because I knew what my goal was in life, and I know what my calling is and things of that nature as the head of my household. But in the same sense, if I ever find myself in a space where I was kind of slowing down my momentum a little bit, she'd be like, "Babe, you okay? What's going on?" You know what I mean?
And that's
Checking
part of
it.
what a woman's. That's part
Exactly,
of what a woman
right?
is there for, to comfort
Checking
you.
in on me to ensure that I'm
we all
still
stumble at times in life. The
right.
pressure gets heavy to deal with, and we need that moment of peace to kind of work through things. And when your woman see that you're in that quiet space, sometimes she'll step in and say, "Hey, baby, you all right? Whatnot?"
Right.
And I think having the right woman can do that. But a woman that's combative, a woman that wants to
tough.
challenge your every decision in leadership, that's problematic. And I think that's something that many black men, young and old, deal with in the broader society today, because society has led women to believe that you are equal to a man. And I think what they don't understand is that you're equal under the rights of the law to have opportunities,
Right.
but you're not equal to a man. And I think they have confused that and ran with it and have gotten lost in how they should interact with men. To think now that they're both mother and father, they are better than men, and some of them even say we don't need one, we don't need a man until a crisis occur, and or the boy turns 14, 15, and he is 6'1" and you're 5'4", and you can't tell him anything no more.
Yeah. I think every time I hear a woman say, a woman that's been in a relationship and the relationship failed and then she's been without a man in her life for quite some time, I hear her say, "Oh, I don't need a man." That my heart breaks for her, because then at that point I know without a shadow of a doubt that's a woman that's still carrying around all that trauma from that relationship and hasn't at any point worked through it or even sought out any type of therapy or just some type of soul healing to help her move on from that. So she's completely turned herself off to men, and now you're on this "I don't need one." But no, that's not true, because we were all designed to be together with someone.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Be with one another.
Be with one another. Yeah. So
Absolutely.
The young lady, what's her name?
Tyranny.
Yeah, I watching her the entire time she was up here. I kind of felt for her, you know what I mean? But in the same sense, I realized like she's just not gonna take on board any of what you guys were giving to her, because it's not her. It was not her fault.
Right.
She left the relationship, right? But it wasn't her fault. You know what I mean?
Wasn't her fault.
That's just So until she's fully ready to accept listening to the part she played in that and how dynamic that part was, the leaving aspect of it, unless you were getting your hands, unless he was putting his hands on you or something along those lines, I don't know. 30 years. I mean, like I said, 30 years in November. and I've never found it. It's gotten bad, but I never found a reason to leave my family. As a man, that was never ever an idea that ever popped into my mind. Leave my family and allow some other man to come in and take over the responsibilities of my household. No, this is my household.
And potentially psychologically damage your children.
Right, exactly. You know. So,
Alvin, is there something else you'd like to add? Because definitely, I think this conversation, you are an example of how that can work, if at all.
Yes. Like I said, the woman needs to be extraordinary. Like I have a YouTube channel, just posting workout videos and stuff like that under Ultraplex. But if you see my wife, because I post her on there, she's 44 years old. She's had 4 kids, no surgeries, and she is in incredible shape. 5'7", 140 pounds, and she doesn't look a day over probably 29, 30 years old. People say it all the time. So she's been able to stay in shape. She's always worked. She doesn't have a problem with working. She doesn't mind doing the household domestic things that women do. She's mature, and like I said, she was 4 years older than me, so she endured all my learning curves. Because when I met her, I had just moved out the house not long ago, and I was a college student, full-time college student, and I was working at the same time. And she had a good head start on me, because when you become a single parent, your life starts immediately. You work full time, you got to find housing. And my mom, she was still writing checks for me. She was washing all my clothes. My parents are extremely well off, and I had to move out so I could become a man. And when I moved out, I met her soon after that, and so I had to learn all these things on my own and figure things
Let me
out.
ask you this, if you don't mind, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But
No problem.
did your parents have anything to say when you told her you wanted to be with this woman? And what did they
Yeah,
have
hell
to say?
no, hell no. That's what they said.
they
Hell
told you,
no.
they told you stay away, right?
My
Yeah.
mom, my father was like, whatever. My father was cool at first. The first meeting, my father he was all right with it. He didn't care. And my mom was like, no, no, no. And then, my wife and I, we had went out. Well, she wasn't my wife back then, but we had went out. And then when we came back to the house, my dad was sounding like my mom, and they were a united front against me doing this. They didn't care if she was right there. They said it. They didn't say anything behind her back. They was like, listen, you're only 23, 24 years old. You need to just finish college. Look, my parents said, look, I'll buy you a brand new car. I'll put you, they was even going to give me a house. But
They didn't want you to have to deal with what they had probably seen so many times unfold in those
yeah,
situations
exactly.
where you going in. Yeah. So they were just trying to protect you, but
Yeah,
I think God it
exactly,
worked out.
exactly.
You found, he said, like Chaotic said, you found the unicorn, because that is not generally what happens for
Yeah,
most.
exactly. If you guys, exactly. If you guys saw her, you'd see, you like, okay.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it worked out, thank God. But I'm gonna leave with that. Great
Okay.
show. You
All
guys
right,
have a good day.
Appreciate your
Take care.
contribution. Thanks a lot, Alvin. Sure
No
enough.
problem.
Uncle Tom.
What's going on?
Good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I'm
The
all right.
name,
I'm all right.
it's the name for me.
I mean, I've been
Well,
called
the
that
history
since I was
behind
a
it, though.
kid. Yeah, it's a lot of
Oh,
history
yeah.
behind it. Most people don't know it.
Right.
But to go on what he said, my name's actually Alvin too.
Okay.
And the difference between him and me is my wife is 10 years older than me.
Wow.
And she had kid before me. And we got together. I mean, I was fresh out of high school. She had my first son, and I wasn't ready to get married to her. I wasn't ready to get married. We're just talking. Whatever. She said, go to college. I went to Ohio State, and I was just like, man, I hate this school. I hate it. I hated school, but I had to finish. And my dad, being a military brat, he wanted to rule my life through force, which is, that's how he does. But it's all right. Then when I really got serious and she had my son, I was like, you know what? I come back to her. I'm like, look, man, I'm ready to settle down. I wasn't nothing but 23 myself, and our actual relationship, being together before we got married, was actually a month. And it wasn't to
You
me.
known her a month, or you were in a relationship with her for a month? Which is it, or if it's the same?
Well, this is how I'll put it. Like, actually knowing her for a month and actually being together and everything for a month is pretty much how we capsulize our relationship. Besides her having a kid, you know what I mean?
And what was your age at that time when you met her?
I was 23.
Okay. Okay.
So I posed this question to the other panel I was on earlier, like, when do you know when is he or she ready to know that they're ready to get married and settle down? And what's the timetable that you know that person's gonna be that you're ready to be with that person? How long do you vet that person?
And what was your timetable before you
Mine was that
pull the
month.
trigger?
Mine
In
was
that
that
1
month.
month, you knew you wanted to marry her, but when did you actually pull the trigger to marry her? Was it sometime
That
later or
whole month.
immediately? Oh, okay.
I got
So
married within a month.
everything came together and you married her within a month.
Yeah, I mean, because we had I knew of her, but I wasn't talking to her. Like, we wasn't talking on a relationship type level. We were just like we're doing now, just chatting together. And she was in a total different state. It was kind of like pen pal type shit,
Okay.
type stuff. And I never got a feeling that I want to be with her or nothing like that. I mean, she came down and on a business trip, and seeing her, we got to rapping. We got to rapping at the gym. She went her way, I went my way. Come to find out, she got pregnant. I wasn't ready. She knew I
Well, you
wasn't
weren't
ready.
just rapping if you got pregnant.
Well, But like I said, me actually knowing her, because to me, to know a person, you got to live with that person and know what you're gonna get with. Because being with a person and living with a person is two different things. It's
Well, I think
two,
you have to be willing to make the adjustment
yes.
when you come into a relationship and you're going to
Mhm.
live together. Whether
Yeah.
you've known the person for quite some time or not, living together changes everything. And at
Everything.
that point, the women have to learn how to submit, and the men have to learn how to deal with a woman in his house and work out those differences.
And the key thing that Alvin said earlier was the baby, like he said, the baby daddy thing is awesome, because I mean, I don't want to deal with that. I'm a no drama type person. And
So, what was the baby's father situation?
oh, he got murdered.
Okay.
So
Now,
I
was
mean,
that before you met her or after you
yeah.
met her?
Before.
Okay. So she was literally single and had no
Yeah.
issues with the baby's father. Okay.
But
And
I also
go
had a
ahead.
one thing like this, is that I wouldn't allow each other's family to intervene in our relationship. And because to me, women, when they get to talking to other people, is when they want to scur off in other different directions. And I'm not
Okay.
saying you can't be with your family or nothing like that, but I'm saying
Right.
the relationship between me and her should be between me and her. And my
So
dad,
outside influences, whether
yeah,
from her side of the family or from your side of the family,
hmm
their ideas, you did not permit that.
no, I don't
Okay.
deal with that,
I
Okay.
think
because go ahead.
you also had another bonus. The fact that your wife was already 10 years your senior, she'd already pretty much gone through all of the extra finding herself issues that a lot of women go through in their in their mid 20s. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah, I
there's
agree with you.
there's going
I
to
agree
be
with you.
some,
I agree with
but
you on that. I agree with you on that.
yeah, you know what I
But
mean?
I think you have to come to an agreement. Like, we had our conversation. I told Chaotic this before. It's like I said it from the get go. It's like, I want to be the man. And she didn't know how young I actually really was until because she was like, nah. When she found out how old I really was, she was like, nah, no, you way too young. You a baby. And I'm
Mm,
like, look, no, no, no. I don't know. I mean, we've been doing this. We're gonna continue to do this. And I wouldn't allow her being scared to dictate how we were gonna be in the marriage.
right,
Because a woman being scared and scared to follow is another problem
right.
with most women. They don't want to follow you because maybe they're not on your plan. They're not on your game plan. And I'm not saying I had the right game plan or anything, but my game plan was, look, I'm gonna work for you. My job is to take care of everything outside this household. You already have my children. I need you to stay at home and raise them children from then, I joined the military. I was already LPN, but I joined the military and broke then. But she wanted to get out and work then. I was like, nah, I don't want you to step into my role. You stay in your role as what you want to do. And I know everyone wants to say this house uh, should be two people working or whatever. One person make more. I don't want that. I didn't want that. I never wanted that. I wanted my kids to grow. So because you look at the way the world is working now, is that there's so much sexual deviancy that's in schools that's implemented with all different outside influence into your house. That's one thing I don't like.
Okay.
And I want her to be my preventative on that.
Yeah.
That way, when I come home, everything's already set in stone, and all I'm there to do is to enforce what she already's got going on with the children.
Okay. Well, I heard you said two things that kind of, that lined up with what Alvin said earlier as well. One, there was no baby daddy's issues.
Yes.
In Alvin's case, the gentleman got deported. In your case, the brother bit the dust for whatever reason. You know, that was a big deal.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I don't like drama.
And secondly, that this woman was willing to follow your leadership, even though you were 10 years her junior.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and the fact that you chose the word follow as opposed to let me lead, I think is a very well placed choice of words, because what I tend to hear in this space a lot is that X woman won't let me lead.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a leader, you don't need the permission from a woman to lead. Her job is to follow your leadership. And I think you dropped two things that I think was very important for men who are looking for wives, whether you're going to be with a woman that have, a child or maybe two children, or you're looking to be with a woman with no children, that you as the man have to have standards in your life and codes
Yes.
by which you live by. So when someone come into your life, you let them know these are my standards, and they have to be willing to accept those standards. Go ahead, Eugene.
Yeah, there are a lot of points that I did not get a chance to make this whole discussion. So I want to go ahead and get this out of the way if you don't mind.
Go right ahead. Sure.
All right. First, the two questions you have asked. Will a single mom be feminine?
The first question is, can a single mother with two or more children be submissive, feminine, supportive, and be the piece a high value man would want as a wife?
And
The
I say
second,
that is, yeah,
say
I
again?
say that is possible.
Okay.
Okay, it is possible, and the reason for that is there are some single moms who actually had that feminine trait, especially when she was with that man, and she probably learned a lot of lessons through her whole ordeal, getting these children in, and then you have some single moms where she got this good ability to take care of her children, and she doesn't need a man attitude. And to me, that's very masculine. To me, it is possible, but it's not always. And to answer your second question, how will she show
that she,
huh?
What would you need to see as the man to confirm that she has been reformed?
Basically everything the rest of the gentlemen say, but I want to add one more element to it.
Sure.
The one element, how well does she treat her children? That's one thing we need to see. Now personally, I would not, be with a single mom, but if you're going to vet a single mom, the ones who do, and more power to you if you do, pay close attention to how she raises her children, how she treats them, because it'll really say a lot about her. Okay. So those two questions are
And
the first.
I think why that's important, what you just said, is because many times women will take out the frustrations that they have with the father of these children on the children and mistreat the children, talk to the children any kind of old way, like the child is an adult. abuse them physically, hit them upside the head, yell at them, snatch them by the arm, and do things that are just uh, aggravating for a child. And some people might feel that it's not loving and caring to show the child that this is the place where you're most safe. And I'm the person that holds the responsibility to protect you. And really, sometimes these women do just the opposite. They're the ones that the child is trying to be, you know, protected, be looking for protection from, but can't say nothing because that's the person who feed them every day. Uncle Tom, go ahead. I think you wanted to say something.
It's also not only that; it's also who they will allow to influence their kids and
Such as?
themselves. Because me personally, I gotta vet my kids' friends who's coming around them because a simple influence can lead them to something that you don't want to have to deal with inside your house.
Right, I understand that. But first of all, we're talking about before the man make the decision to be with that
Yeah.
woman, right? Those are
Well, you
some of the
don't want
things.
if you see a single mother with single mother, you don't want to see her kids saying going outside the house at 12 o'clock at night. Right there, she don't care about
That's
nothing
a
that's
little
going
late.
on in their life and the influence that's going on between whatever's going on. I don't. Me personally, if I see that, I already know I'm not going nowhere near it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think her vocabulary, the way she act and behave would be signals long before you
Yeah,
would even
true that.
observe the child being out that time of night, because she would be really a woman that's for the streets, 100%. I'd like to bring up security boss, Brick Slinger. Do you have something you want to add? Because I'd like to drop you down so I can bring up security boss.
Oh, you
All
can
right.
drop me down, brother. Yeah, I
All
just
right.
want to say that a little
Okay.
bit.
Okay. Well, best thing about this particular topic is to give out information, because for me, I've been married right now for 2 years, no
Okay.
kids. So all this information that has been given so far, especially for both Brother Alvin and even Uncle Tom, even Mr. Ball Game for sure. I am definitely taking heed to everything and then some.
Okay. Thanks a lot very much. Much appreciated. Security boss, good afternoon. How are you, ma'am?
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Okay, doing well as well.
Good, good. I've
Well,
been
I mean, this is a very controversial topic, and I actually got the clip from Bernard Riley's conversation he had with Mr. Let Go, and what he was espousing. I thought I had a conversation last week about the quantitative value that Black men bring to a relationship, a marriage, and I thought what he was espousing, that Black men, and in the conversation he's talking about men of value, men that make significant amount of money, because they also have to be able to foot the bill that the system has been footing for many of these women. And he's looking to reform their mindset to help them be more accountable and responsible. But at the same time, he's making a general decree that Black men should just wife these women up so we can have a lower percentile of single mothers. So, what do you have to say about this, being a woman and being married?
being a woman, being married, and was a single mother at one time.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that part.
Well, how about that?
Okay.
Yes, I was. So I got a couple of things to say, because for me, and I might be just going out on this. It's not that hard. It's actually should be the same energy that you put into finding your wife. You need to continue to do so, because if a woman checks out the box of the fit, the feminine, the cooperative, the submissive, and all of that, that doesn't mean that that's going to be her for the duration. So we still need to be men. I suggest that you still look for wives, women who
Absolutely.
can be wives. And I say that because I'm my husband's second wife. His
Okay.
first attempt was one that checked all the boxes. It worked for about 3.5 years. They had one child, a son, and it didn't work any longer because as time went on, the cooperation went away. As time went on, the laziness set in. All those things that we don't talk about, or all those things that character. It doesn't show character. So feminine and cooperative,
Kindly.
sometimes that has nothing to do with your character, and your character shows up a little later, and then it may not be exactly what you want. Be it me, second wife. My husband had a son and I had a daughter. Myself, women, this is going out to all the women. Even though you have the title of fiance, you have the ring, you have not had the nuptials. Do not have sex with these men. That is what I am guilty of. My fiance was my first. He was my child's father. We were on our way to the military. Everything was great, but it wasn't. Now I'm glad it didn't work out that way, but that was what I need to account for. That's what I have accounted for. But I grew up in a two-parent home. My husband grew up in a two-parent home. My child's father grew up in a two-parent home. So we had sense about what we did and examples of how things were supposed to be, but we still did our own things.
Okay, well said. Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you said that you both were going into the military. Do you think a woman who is a virgin, who is engaged to a man, making the choice to go to the military would be a wise decision without getting married first? Because I hear a lot of things that goes down in the military with men and with women. I mean, it's almost like what happens in the universities and the colleges in terms of the freedoms and the parties and these type of things. So how would you speak to that in retrospect, knowing that that was a decision that you were about to make or did make, and looking at it now from your experience, knowing at least an insight what the military is like and the potential pitfalls that a woman who may have carried herself to be a virgin at whatever age she is, that is signing up for the military and want to remain so until she's married, would that be a good choice, or would you recommend she get married before she go into the military? Speak
See
to that.
what was happening. I maybe misspoke. I was following
Okay.
him. He was going into the military, and I was
Oh,
following him
okay.
to the military.
Okay.
I was
Okay.
the wife of so I misspoke.
Oh, okay.
Forgive
All
me
right.
for
I
that.
thought you were making the decision to go into the military yourself. Okay.
No, to
All
go
right.
along,
Perfect.
to go
To
along.
go
So that's
along.
what I
Okay.
meant. Right.
Perfect.
And so we were awaiting the boot camp and all that stuff. You know how
Mm-hmm.
the
Yeah.
process. So I had sex. So I messed up. I should have not done that, because when he actually went alone, then a lot of other things happened. And then now I'm faced with, oh, this is not the person that I thought he was. So, I would advise a woman, keep your legs closed until you are married, and there's no guarantees then, but at least you're marrying, or you having sex and maybe have a child with your husband. That's what you should do. No matter how much they tell you they love you, no matter how much they whisper in your ear, no matter how much the ring costs, keep yourself to yourself. Preserve yourself.
Let me ask you this, since you said that. Have you had a show about being a virgin for young women who are virgins today, who are looking to get married, Black women, and may struggle with the challenge of remaining virgins until marriage? Have you had that show yet, or is that something that you would consider? Because I think young women are pressured by society and definitely by social media to participate in the pleasures of sex. And also, when they find a man that they're in a relationship with, how long should they hold out? Obviously, waiting until marriage should be the holdout period if you haven't broken the seal yet. But, and also what support system she has to help her make that decision right. Because many times the things that a woman will see in a man that she thinks are valuable may not be what her father or uncles or other men in the family that will look out to protect her would not see, that man have that same quality that she may believe. So have you had those type of discussions with women? Because I think that's something that is lacking.
Have not had a show dedicated to it, because I don't have the woman audience as of right now to dedicate to that. Have we touched on it? Absolutely. Have we touched on the part, especially when dating? How long do you wait before you actually give of yourself? How should we do this? What is, because what I hear from women, sometimes they're feeling a lot of pressure because they may like this man, And now that there's talk and rumors of 90 days, 3 dates and things of that nature, what should I do? I'd say let him go. Let them keep going. But then, there's always a stigma to what you just, your decision. So that is a big issue. But for me to have a show dedicated to it, no, I have not. Again, I say I don't have enough women that follow that have even come to me to say, let's just dive into that. What should I do?
Understood. Well, let me ask you this. What's I going to say? I lost my train of thought just that quick.
Now answer the question though, because I'm good at this because I am that single mother. One thing I would tell men to do is, because that woman still has to be a wife. You still have to check her background. You still have to check where she comes from to see if she could still be that wife, whether she's a woman with a child or not. I had one child. My husband still needed to know that I was a wife. I have an example of being a wife from my mother. Not everybody checks for that. He didn't check for that the first time. It was all those things on the checklist, but it wasn't enough.
Okay, now I remember my thought.
Okay, good.
The show is about single mothers who've already had sex, not virgins, who have one or more children. So in a situation like that, how do you advise a woman when she's dealing with a man that's a high value man that would consider her for his wife? Is obviously they're talking, he's doing his background checks, he's trying to evaluate her overall character as a person, examining the backstory as to how she ended up in this situation, whether it's one child or two children. Hopefully they're by the same man and not two, but however that situation work out, how do you then advise her to balance not only getting through the conversation and building the relationship, but also holding out on sex when that's not something she's ever required past men to do, who are more than likely lesser value than the man who is now courting her or considering courting her?
Well, as a single mom, you have to put some things in place, because it is competition, but you have to be a standout. You have to show that you're not the same as all other women. You also have to display the fact that you have those principles that says, I know the order. I know that man is over me and I know God is over man. So when it comes to your children or your family, you need to assure this man, if you love us enough to take us in, we will respect and follow you. And if I always say this, now I do say this to women, if you're not ready as a single mom, a woman who has 2 or more kids, if you're not ready to have your children, to put that man before your child, don't get married. You're not ready to be married. Because if a man is coming into your life and he's saying, I'm going to take care of you and your children that are not his, you have to give him the respect for doing so. So if you're talking to a woman and she says, no, my kids come first, then she's not the one. She's not the single mother you should be with.
Now, how about what's that relationship may be like between her, the children, and the father of the children? Because that's something in the 2 examples we had from the 2 previous brothers who did marry women who had children before they met. The fathers of those children was out of the picture 100%. But that's not going to be something that a man can expect all the time. There are going to be times when the woman you're talking to, at least one or more of the children, will have a present father. Now, the father may be out of the life of the children, but men sometimes have a way that when the woman's life is going well and she's getting married or married to a man that's treating her well, all of a sudden he wants to pop back up into the picture. So how do the women really deal with a situation where she's looking at starting a new life with a man, and now how does she manage the fathers of these children to not have the influence in his home? Because that's the big issue for men.
Well, that's a very important thing. I don't have it so much on my side, but my husband, again, was married first. I'm his second wife. So his first wife, she actually went on to marry another man. And so she has a husband now. So my husband has a man on the other side. what we all did, my child's father was in the military, so he was never denied anything. So he came and went as though he, you know, as he came into town, that's your daddy go. So it was never a secret, but there was never any, you know, I was fortunate because all these people were grown. They maintained their lives that way. They all had something to lose. So there was no foolishness.
Okay.
The other side, believe it or not, my husband developed an actual very, very good relationship with his first wife's husband, because remember, his son is with him. So he wants to make sure that he's covering all bases and has whatever he needs to make sure that you are covering my son correctly. So they communicated and became, I'm not going to say friends, but they had no issues. It was a lot of communication that went on.
Respect.
Lots of respect. He called my husband and would say, you know, whatever he needed to say, even when it wasn't about anything, you know. So they were just two men with respect for each other. And I would say you have to have that. But that's
so
something.
if I'm hearing you correctly, part of what you're saying is that the background of the woman and the family she comes from is going to be highly important to determine how balanced she would be. Because from what I hear, you are very balanced, and your husband's ex-wife, she was very balanced. And the man that came into her life was also a balanced man, meaning that he came from an intact family as well. So those were 4 different people coming from intact families that knew the real structure of life, but may have made judgments that was not the best at some point in time that caused them to go off track momentarily, but righted their life in the second options and made the choices that worked out well.
Correct.
So for men, you know, because what the brother was proposing was that men, we need to come and wife up these women. And he stated a very high percentage of single mother, which I thought was excessively high, 80%. It may or may not be accurate, but if that's the case, that's a large pool of women to choose from. And we see, by and large, the general behavior of many women, how they act in the streets today, online, in videos on TikTok, on YouTube, and Facebook, and different places, and outside in the community. Every so often, there's a video to come from real life, and you see these women acting up in a certain kind of way that how could a good man that has built his life and is now 36, 37 years old, looking to settle down with a wife, and he's got a woman that's 28, 29, and he's trying to date her and see whether or not she will fit into his life, and she's got 1 or 2 children, and you know she's walking around twerking everywhere and acting a fool.
I would say he couldn't. That's not a wife.
Okay.
She's not ready to be. She's not ready to be attached to a man in any capacity that's going to help them elevate together. So, I think across the board, like we also really and truthfully, I pump this into my sons consistently. They are responsible for the women that they deal with, right? If they go and they make bad decisions, whatever the woman shows you, that's superficial. I want you to strip all that back, and I want you to make sure that you see the essence of who she is outside of her friend networks, outside of the people that she worked with. You know what I'm saying? And if it takes you 6 months, 7 months, 8 months to find out all of that before you get comfortable enough to say, you know what, I want to move to the next phase of dating her, then you do that, because you can't afford to have mistakes made. When I tell my sons all the time, we're here to establish legacy. Right? And we're not at any point taking, I did 22 years in the military, retired. I got all of my benefits. Even now I'm only 50, but I make well over 150,000 a year. And
congratulations.
I'm not having them, listen, I appreciate you. I'm not having them go out and grab hold to someone that's not going to value the first level of sacrifice that my wife and I have made. You feel me?
That's an investment. That's a huge investment.
Yes, I'm as invested in their futures with their future wives, just as well as we are with my daughter and her future husband. You see what I'm saying? And all of that trickles back to, they got to understand that the vetting process and the morals and values. And I'm not telling them to discount a woman that's got maybe one child, even two if her circumstances are something that was just out of her control, but look to do it organically with someone that doesn't have all of that, so you can build and grow together, and you can navigate all of what's going to happen in life together and not have all this extra stuff. Kudos to anyone that does it, but like at the end.
Let me ask you, Mr. Ballgame, with that being the case, if one of your sons made the choice to be with a woman that had, let's say, one child, and he brought her home to meet you and your wife, how would you advise him?
I already have. He better, when he presents her to us,
right?
He will have had to have done his thorough due diligence of that process, because my wife is going to ensure that she takes her and strips her all the way down, and she's going to be comfortable being bare in front of us. She got to, because we have too much to lose. I can't have someone coming into this process and completely blowing our situation out of the water just because she doesn't understand what we're doing here. You see what I'm saying? So my son already knows that.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, because sometimes I've heard on different panels where men of your age who have sons, that they would not have any decision making in what woman their sons would choose, and conversely what man their daughter may choose. And I think that's abdicating a lot of responsibility if you truly invested in your child. We say marriage is a business, but there's so much to the complexity of the business of marriage. And when you said about legacy, and the problem that I see with us, we talk about legacy a lot, but if we're not investing in our children and giving them a leg up in the next generation to compete in America against everyone, those who have been in America here with us and immigrants who are coming in and are building and establishing communities. And by the time they're the second generation, they're already graduating from Yale, Princeton, Harvard, and they're laying strong foundations for the following generation of their children. And we seem to be caught behind the 8 ball. Every generation, our kids are starting from scratch from the same place. And we never get to build and set our children up for success. So I'm definitely liking what you're saying there. And let me move over to Hink. Hey, Hink, welcome to Sage Talk. What's your opinion on some of the things we've been talking about here?
Well, man, I'm definitely won't sit there and say I support. If I'm a single man with no kids, there's no way. There's no way I would date a woman with kids. You
can't be mad at you, brother.
You couldn't pay me enough. And I teach my son, don't you touch, don't you look, don't you engage with a woman with kids, because there's no benefit for you. There's none at all. There's nothing but headaches. There's a possible benefit, but there's a greater chance for headaches. And there's no way I would tell my son to do something like that. So now, if I was a man who had kids, then I would have no problem with dating a woman with kids. Because who am I to say I got kids and, oh, you can't have kids?
Right. Then you'd be a hypocrite. Right.
Oh, hell no, I couldn't do it. But a man of my age, I wouldn't be dating a woman who has elementary age kids, middle school age kids. Your kids got to be damn near on the way out the house. If I'm going to date you woman with kids, you about 3 to 4 years away from going to college and get ready to start your own life. That's the only way I would do that.
I won't touch a kid I won't touch a woman that has a child that's younger than like 11 to 12. I can't do
it. It's funny you said that, brother.
I need you about 14 or 15.
That brings up an interesting point. I just had a conversation just Friday night with a friend of mine, and he called me and asked me my opinion about a young lady that he's dealing with, and her son is 13, right? And I told him, I said, well, you got 5 years in front of you to deal with I said, you got to remember how you were at 13 when your dad and your mom split up and you weren't happy about the decision. I said, I remember you at that age. I remember what it looked like and all of the stuff that you put every man that tried to come date your mama through. I said, what do
man,
you think could possibly happen to you, bro? He was like,
I was an asshole as a stepson. So I believe in karma, and
right?
I'm come back on me.
Yeah.
Hell
I tell
no.
you, I tell you,
Hell
this
no.
is why, me being 52 years old, this is why I prefer a woman who are ages 35 to 50, because at those ages, their children are just about grown and left the house.
Yeah.
So listen, I think a woman that has 2 or more kids, the kids should be less than 6 years old, or let's see, I'm gonna say this: the ages between 6 and 18. I think that woman should devote that time to her children, and then once those kids get there, then she can maybe go out and find a husband. But I think when you have 2 or more, if you haven't gotten in before 6, like 7, 8, 9, 10, that's not a good age to bring in a man to say this is gonna be your new dad. I think
So
that's really tough.
So essentially, what she needs to do, basically, is she just needs to take herself completely out the dating pool and sit for a while. Yeah, that's your penance,
10, 12
right?
years.
You went out, you got 2 kids out of wedlock. Now at this point, hey, this is your focus right now. This is your purpose.
I agree.
After your kids are gone, if your kids are gone, and you still keep yourself together, you know what I'm saying? Then you put yourself back out there with the chance for another opportunity. But you're not guaranteed one because you already had 2. And you
exactly.
Let me say this: if I'm dealing with a woman who was divorced and was married and had kids by her of course, a
husband,
her ex-husband, I can have a little bit more respect for her, and I could probably give her the chance
because they're out of wedlock. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the ones out of wedlock, there's a reason why you can't have 2 kids out of wedlock and expect me to deal with you.
I don't think I agree with you, Hank, with that, but it's still, I think kids at a certain age do not adjust well to outsiders. I just think if the child is above 6, then especially if it's a boy child, you just might need to wait a little bit for that child.
I'm not dealing with no kids that young anyway. Like I said, they got to be high.
6 and below you can deal with.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that. The problem with that becomes at 6 and below. If you find her and those kids are 3 and let's say those kids are 3 and 5 years old, and you get yourself in good, you're responsible also financially for taking care of them kids for the next 12 to 14 years. Also, that's not a good. To me, that's just not a good situation for any man to put himself in, to be financially responsible for someone else's children.
And that young,
not only that,
late in the game where your kids are that young anyway. Like I said, I'm 47. I'm looking for a woman who's probably between 40 and 50. Why the hell you got kids that young and making that type of mistakes? You too old to be making them type of goddamn mistakes.
I thought we were talking about the high value man looking for a wife. So that meant
that's exactly what we're talking about. He's looking for
he's the husband. So he's the husband, so he's willing to take on the responsibility. I'm just saying,
if I'm a high value man, I'm not taking that responsibility on.
But they do though. They do a lot because they have the option to do what they want.
Well,
and if that woman is everything they desire outside of the 2, if they're 6 and under, it's not hard to mold or to become the dad to kids that are 6 and under. But when you get to those years where they're very informative and they've been around a certain man or a certain situation, then it's harder. That's all I'm saying. But
it's expensive, man.
As a high value man, I got options, and that's not gonna be one of my options. It's a deal with
we don't need
hold on one second.
You see that?
Nurse Fancy just dropped this message.
Everybody's not a nurse.
We need your money, sir.
We don't need your money.
We don't need, but everyone's not a nurse, so that's not a true statement. That might apply for her, but that's not every woman's situation out here. There's not a lot of women out here making nurse money.
But like for an example, you have Steve Harvey. You have Russell Wilson. You have Russell Wilson. I'm just giving you examples. You have Russell Wilson, Steve Harvey. There's a lot of
City.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't disrespect them and call them simps. They seem like they're enjoying their life, know. But that's the example of high value men. Well, men of high earning. And that they're, decided to go for the woman that they want, and they took on some things that they had.
You talk about Steve Harvey.
She had some clarity to her previous post. She
Say it
said,
again,
"We
Hank.
want you." No, she Nurse Fancy. She adds some clarity to her previous post. She says, "We want you."
She
So
said
that
we
add
don't
a better.
need your money. We want you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. My bad. My bad, Nurse
But that's
Fancy. I
not all. That's
apologize
not all
for
the
jumping the
women.
gun. I'm sorry.
What I was saying, Steve Harvey took a bad deal. He took a bad. He made it was a bad deal for him. The type of woman he got now.
Okay.
Who?
He made
Which
the best
one?
out of it, but her history says she's a bad deal.
2
Who are
drug
you referring to?
pins back to back. She was dealing with 2
Yeah,
drug
This
dudes
one,
back to back.
Margie
Marjorie.
Harvey. Is that her name?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Marjorie. Yeah.
But see, that's the thing, though, Hank. Brother Hank, that's the thing, though, right? If you think about it, right, and this is out there in national media on TV, a woman like Marjorie winding up with a man like Steve
Exactly.
gives women, but that's not going to be the
Impression.
situation for every woman, and that's just not something that
Women like
really
that give them
needs.
false hope.
Yes.
That was a fairy. For her, that was a fairy tale situation, man. She
She got a false. She's selling false hopes. It's not how it's going to be.
So wait a minute. You don't think it make women transition though? You don't think it makes women better?
Well, how are they getting better when they're out here?
No.
No.
Because
I
you're
didn't
selling
say
them a
it
false
out here.
narrative.
I'm not saying. I think we're trying to say that I don't know anything about Marjorie. Okay, so
Right.
I don't know if she's out here or not. But I'm just saying when a woman has something. Well, let me say it the other way. A woman's life is not over because she has 2 kids.
No.
Right.
Or because she's a single mom. But if she if she gets in her head that she can have nothing, then she'll probably settle with nothing. She'll probably do nothing to try to improve her life, to account for her mistakes or do whatever. She'll just stay in that mode of I'm done. I can't have anything. Whereas
Or
if she
blame
sees,
it all on the man.
I'll blame it on all the men. But if she sees examples of women like myself that have made mistakes, but we've turned our life around, and I happen to think I'm winning, even though I'm a mother, a single mom, I'm a second wife, all that doesn't matter to me. I'm here now, and I've been in this situation for 27 years. So,
boss, one child's a mistake. The second one, come on now. See, you can't justify that.
I'm not trying to justify. I'm not trying to justify, but
that first decision that was made. Yeah, we
can't live. We can't live in our dysfunction forever. We have to account for it and say, listen, if I don't account for what I do wrong, I will never change my mind about what I'm doing. If I can account for what I did wrong and see exactly what role I played in it, I don't have to ever be that woman again.
But what did you say? Take yourself out the dating game and get them kids where they need to be at, then come back.
I agree with you.
That's the only way. That's how I think you ladies that deal with situations like that probably need to move. Now, you might get lucky. You might find you a guy who's willing to accept you and your 2 kids or whatever the case may be. Hey, congratulations.
If they're grown, absolutely you will. If you're that
no, if they're grown, then you got a good chance.
Absolutely.
But I'm talking about if you are elementary age, middle school age, man, come on. That's a long time I got to deal with that. And like
that's what I was saying.
That's some different personalities. Now you're talking about 3 different personalities in-house that you have to deal with. What about the fathers? If they don't have the same father, that's a 4th.
And those influences.
That's a 5th.
And that direct influence on them. Yeah.
I got to deal with on a regular basis. Do I want to make that type of investment?
No, you don't. No, you want to make sure it's the right woman. But there's one other part that I haven't heard anyone mention is that high value man. Does he want to have another child? So that's another part that we have to look into.
Yeah.
That woman.
Well, I didn't bring that in simply because most men, when they get married, is to have children. And if a high value man is getting married, more than likely he does want to have children. I didn't go into the dialogue because I didn't want to spend too much time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On just me talking. I wanted to bring people up to get more feedback from the audience.
Okay.
But that's a big aspect to it as well, because in a situation where a man would marry a woman with 1 or 2 children, and let's say he didn't want any children,
right?
And this woman checked off all the boxes for him. Let's say because of his success, he's able to get a woman that is above his potential range of women that he would not have got otherwise had she not had children. Because in those cases where women have children, they may date down in their choice of man that's coming towards them, as opposed to if they had no children. So he may find this woman to check off all his boxes in terms of femininity, submission, attractiveness, But at the same time, now she has 1 or 2 children. Now, the potential issues for a man like that could really be being in a relationship with a woman like that for 10 years, and then she pulled the trigger and decided to leave you. Now, you've been with these kids, like you said, 3, 4, 5, 6 years of age. Now they're 13, 14, 15. You will be held accountable to pay child support for these children that are not yours.
Exactly.
You will.
That's a big risk.
And you'll be paying alimony, depending on your state, for at least a decade, if not a lifetime. So these are the other potential risks that I think that men who are climbing the ladder of economic success need to be able to weigh very well when making that decision and dealing with a woman that have other men's children, because the financial costs can be more than you anticipate going in 10 years later coming out. Good point.
I definitely agree with that. I agree with that. And you would want to get a prenup too. I mean, I think that would be I would advise men to be smart and to do that. I absolutely would. But for me, marriage is forever, but things happen.
Absolutely.
Let me ask a question. Should a high value man marry a baby mama to save the community?
Right.
You leave it up to me, fuck the community, because I'm not marrying a baby mama.
I knew it. I knew that was coming.
Today,
I knew it was coming, man.
You're on fire today, bro. What's up?
Man, I'm sorry, Security Boss. I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, but I can't. For the community? No, hell no. The community gonna go down. You leave it up to me. It ain't gonna work because I'm not doing that.
But what if somebody told you were the keeper of the brown baby? Like if you didn't produce any kids, then the male species was gone by 2025. You wouldn't want to contribute in that way?
Oh, I wouldn't.
The way we moving, that's a possibility.
But I'm not gonna marry a baby. I'm not gonna marry a baby's mama to save the community, Security Boss.
But listen, Hank, think about this. She's the only thing out there, and the male race, either they're alternative lifestyles, they're in prison, or if we don't put men and women together, then our culture will be non-existent because there's no brown babies being made. You wouldn't do you wouldn't take it for the.
Before you answer that, Hank, I'm glad she asked that question. Earlier this week, I saw a short documentary, and they were talking about this very subject.
Yep, it's real.
And
you
they were
asked them to
talking
take one for the team.
Yes.
What they were talking about was interracial marriages, and there were doctors and so forth discussing it. And what they said was, if a black woman marries a white man, the child will come out more light skinned. If a black man marries a white woman, the child will come out more dark skinned. And they were going back all the way into slavery to discuss all the biracial children that came through slavery from the female and from the male. And what they came to a summation is that the man would protect the dark-skinned race of the children, whereas the woman sleeping with a white man and bringing forth children, that's where the children will fade out in color.
Yeah. So
now you can go ahead and answer the question.
You wouldn't take
I gave you some ammo. I gave you some ammo.
Hey, let me say this.
We can live on. Hey, we have to live on. We wouldn't take
no, the community done. They left it up to me. It's over. R.I.P. to the community.
Hey, let me say this, y'all. You asked the question, should a high value man marry baby mama to save the community? Okay. And definitely I'm with Security Boss. The community needs to keep going, which means that that child need to have a male figure. Now, does it necessarily have to be that high value man that could be that male figure? No.
No, we're talking about a father, not just not a figure.
Well, a father. Yeah, but still,
if you marry a woman, you become the father or guardian for that child.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're gonna end up being so, but here's the thing. Who really needs to father is the biological one. That's who really needs the father, not this high value man.
But
You know,
we're past that because
Yeah,
we have
because
a high percentage of single mothers in our community
Yeah.
that have chose to have children with one or more men and have multiple children. This is a rampant situation. So this brother, Mr. Let Go, was talking about how he would approach solving the problem, which basically mean men of value need to suck it up. The woman is like a child; she make childish-like decisions. So we now have to come and spank
rescue
her
him.
on the wrist and fall on the sword. I like to add something just now.
Man, that's a hard
Natural
pill to
Empress
swallow.
says Bob Marley proves that theory wrong. I would question that because when you look at all of Bob Marley's children, they're all almost white-like,
Yep.
We have a very high yellow.
high
Yeah.
yellow kids.
So let me
So
add this, not to derail completely the conversation, but I do want to add something because it kind of lends to what we're talking about a little bit as far as the black male race being obsolete. Just about a week ago or 2 weeks ago, a man in prison, a transgender man in prison,
yes,
impregnated 2 women. So he's the father of 2 women. So they're going to have babies, and those babies are going to be amongst us. I don't know if they're going to be boy children or female children. We don't know that, but they're not fathers. Here we go again. Those are 2 women that are their babies will be fatherless.
well, these are the type of irresponsible decisions that people are making in society and leaders particularly because they're acting as though the genetics of a man changes because he identifies as a woman, like that's a real thing. And then they're going to put that man in a prison full of horny women. Like really,
He's the only penis in there, you know, and they
like
think that.
Lucky he had more than just 2.
that's like putting a fox in a hen house. Like what you think gonna happen?
I mean, I'm a psych major, so I don't understand what's so hard about just telling people the truth and just telling them that this body dysmorphia that they're dealing with is really what it is. Because at the end of the day, you can't change biology. I'm sorry, it is what it is. But then what I believe, I'm Superman now, or better yet, I'm a giraffe today. Tomorrow I'll be a kangaroo. On Wednesday I'll be. No, it doesn't work like that.
Well,
And it's crazy that lawmakers.
the next thing is gonna be transracial. That's coming next.
Yeah.
I mean, we already
Yeah.
saw it with what's the girl name that used to work for the
Oh, yeah,
NAACP?
the NAACP. So wait a
Yeah.
minute. Are you saying that I could wait a minute? I'm gonna let
Rachel
you tell
Doja,
me.
yeah.
So I can be Caucasian?
Yeah.
Well, there was
That's what she tried.
several years ago, I think back in 2018 or 2019, there was this dark-skinned girl, as dark as you, 16-year-old, talking about she's not black, she's
not
white.
Yeah. I saw that.
Yeah, I remember that.
You identified as a white woman?
She
Wow.
identifies as a white woman and talk greasy about black folks.
Wow. Okay, so listen, I'm sorry to derail. Okay, we back.
Okay, let me bring up Maloish. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Welcome to
All
Sage
right.
Talk.
How do I sound?
Say
Am
again?
Is it
Sound
clear?
okay.
You good, buddy? You good, buddy?
Go ahead, sure.
Is it okay?
If you have the YouTube channel in the back, mute it or close it. Just have the StreamYard open so you don't have double echo sounding when you speak.
So am I echoing or anything?
No, you're good now.
Okay, good. Hey guys, I'm not gonna hold you, as the old preachers say. I'm not a preacher or anything like that. The one thing I want to throw out real fast, I'm not smart or anything like everybody else. I'm one of the poor people in life. I'm sorry, I threw my life away, et cetera, yada yada. You know how that is. Anyway, though, what I wanted to say about dating single mothers, depending on people's experiences, for the one gentleman who had a great experience and the thing that everything chaotic point out, that is great. But let's be honest, that's one woman out of a million. And I don't want to put the statistics that high, but I don't date anymore or whatever. I'm old. So, it's all to you young people. But when I was young in the late 70s, early 80s, and then at the same time, now I'll be honest, when I was young, I used to run the streets a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. And some of the women I came across, you know how it was. And so what I'm saying, that still goes on today, and that's never going to go away. And so we can talk about saving the community as much as possible. But the one thing, there again, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels, when he did a show not too long ago about 40% of African Americans in America are, under poverty. We don't have money. So that in itself is alone, forget the whatever issues it is, just dealing with today. Let's say poor women are always going to want to have sex, and the men they want at the time are going to have sex with them.
It's who is available. Absolutely. Well, one thing I would say, whether you're poor or rich, wisdom can come from errors and mistakes as well in life. If you grow and mature and realize that many of the actions you may have taken in the past were not the best action. And I think sometimes some people will say, well, if your life was a failure, how can you tell me anything? They can tell you how not to make mistakes. And I think half of the battle in being
now, the one thing I do want to throw out, I'm sorry, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
One thing I want to throw out, and see there again, now here's the one thing you can't stop either. Some of the baby mothers have that fire.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Have that fire?
I don't know. I don't agree. I think that's. I mean,
hold on one second, Mr. Ballgame. Let him explain. What do you mean by have that fire?
I know these.
Now, there's not many. There again, it's only 1 in a million. But there are some women with 2 and 3 kids, got some tight vagina. And I'll put it this way. Long time ago, I met a woman. She was 45 years old, and she had 5 kids, and she told me she was a virgin. I wanted to believe her. I wonder how she's doing. Is she okay? We're going to pray for her.
I knew this way he was going.
But no, I'm just saying that. And so with that said, some guys got to go through not being crazy about that fire. Because, every now and again you run across that fire and you'll be going, she'll be with somebody else and you'll be, but guys, I don't want to go on and on and on because I'm talking about a different time. I'm not talking about today. I know today may be different than it was when I was young. But I do know when we talk about human nature, when those two come together, it's like that positive and that negative. I don't know what to tell you. Now, that's where you rich people can figure it out because I'll never be able to figure it out. I know this. Now, here's my experience. When you get around that woman with the fire, just enjoy it and go on because my experiences have been different. Like I said, a long time ago.
Fires burn down homes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Excuse my language. I didn't mean to cuss. But
I think what you're saying basically is that there's always a generation where there will be women with that fire. But I think as men, we have to learn how to make decisions that are best for our long-term interests. Like Mr. Ballgame said, discipline and just hit and run. Base hits. Don't try to go for home run. Run the first base, run the second base, and that's it. Don't try to go home. Yeah, exactly. No grand slams. Don't try to fix her. Leave her right where she at.
My question would be this. If you meet a woman and you immediately go into a situation with her and you get back, say you don't get all the information up front and you get to the house and then you see back at her place or whatnot, information comes up that she has 5 kids, right? And she has multiple babies' fathers. What clicks into your mind then at that point that, oh yeah, I still need to go do this. And I need to go do this without taking my hard hat with me.
Now see, there again, now I'm just speaking on my own experience. I can't speak on anybody else.
I don't understand.
Let's just say there's been a couple of times I had some really nice dates and we promised to treat each other with the utmost respect, but we wound up doing things unprotected. Damn.
She got 5
I'm
kids.
gone.
I'm not gonna lie. A lot of times, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. What happened? See,
Maloish, what I would
huh?
say with what you're saying there, those are the perfect examples of why brothers who want to be successful should not make the decisions that you cited, because those decisions will keep you poor and broke.
Yeah, just she already got 5.
Well, no,
That's the reality.
There's no
I'm trying to.
benefit to going in there talking about feeling it in that experience. That's a bad experience because there's nothing good gonna come out of that for you. Like
No,
That's like having
I'm
5
just.
credit cards.
I'm not going. And you're right, guys. You're right.
A
Trust
bad
me.
investment.
I wish I could take
investment.
back 3 seconds ago, or I wish back. I there's so many mistakes in my life, but I can't do nothing about it. I mean,
Okay.
I can't do nothing about it.
Right.
But
time
now
has
the one
passed.
thing I just wanted to say, just like with some well, not some, I wasn't with a lot of women. I don't want to tell that lie. I wasn't with a lot of women. I was only messed up a little
Well,
bit.
we're not looking for an accounting of
Ain't
your
no
life.
judgment,
Okay,
bro.
good,
We're
good,
just
good.
looking for you
So
to
what I'm saying,
contribute what you
He's
can
OG
to the
Pookie
subject.
back in the days, wasn't he?
Oh, definitely.
No,
He was a
but no,
pookie,
see,
hands
I
down.
don't, I don't want to be like, I don't want people,
No,
Ray.
Yeah, he's old.
we know he was
Yeah.
a pookie, no
from the
doubt.
70s.
Okay, Maloish,
How
thank
many
you very
children?
much.
How many children do you
Yeah.
have? How many children do you have? Or do you have any children?
I have one.
You only have one?
Yeah,
Congratulations.
thank you.
Boy or girl?
She
Huh?
girl.
Why
She
you
girl.
gotta look up to the left to fix? Okay.
Well, see, I don't see her. What happened? I was messing around in the streets,
Oh,
you know,
Yeah.
and
We'll bring you back on another show.
no. See, that's the thing. I don't want people. I'm not a pookie. Well, kinda, not really.
There's no such
You
thing as
weary?
kinda.
Well, no,
Right?
see, some shit happens.
Like being
See, that's the
pregnant.
part where
Well,
people
life-
can't. I mean, we can explain. Bottom line, you're running the streets and you're messing around. You're drinking tequila. You're smoking marijuana. Might
Those
do a
are
little
all-
cocaine.
Yourself a project?
Megan said it best. Just say no.
Would you call yourself a project? Not a pookie, but would you call yourself a project?
Yeah, I'm a Project Pookie. No, but no, seriously. Can I be honest? Bottom line now. Here's a big problem, though. And here's a real big problem.
Hey,
There's
let me ask you this,
times,
sir.
and black women, and I'm sorry, I'm talking to my soul sisters.
You have a son
There's
named Pretty Prince.
times you let us lie to you and you'll believe every lie. I'm sorry. Don't do that. I mean, huh?
Why we lying though?
Pretty Prince.
Huh?
Is your
Why
son
we
named
lying?
Pretty Prince?
No, you didn't.
I know, right? I was thinking the same thing. I was like, man, this might
What
be
is-
related to Jay Prince, man.
No. Well, no, I'm trying to see what happened in the past. There were times I lied. You know, you're in the bar, you're drinking and shit. So, my name is Frank today. And we're having, we're laughing, we're joking, we're having a good time. So we go home, or you know how it is. And so anyway, guys, stay out of the bar, stop doing drugs, and stop smoking cigarettes, and run from the fire. All right, I love you.
I gotta pinch myself. Is this
Thank
real?
you very much.
Right on, big brother.
Maloish,
All right,
thank you very
bro.
much.
Thanks for the advice, man.
I gotta pinch myself. Is that real?
Well, I mean,
Dusto, get
that
your
right there
Get your uncle,
was
Dusto.
that
Dusto,
right
get
there
your uncle.
is really what many of the women have to reform from. This guy 40 years ago was ripping and rowing.
Yeah.
Please Uber that man back to the street
So
as soon as possible.
the thing is that today there are young men behaving just like what he spoke about, and they're ripping through these women, and these women are having these kids.
Yeah.
And it's the women that are making those type of decisions to deal with men with that ideology, and they choose to believe whatever these men say, and they choose. Somebody is really static, and I'm not sure if that's you, Dusty.
It's not me.
Mute up. Okay. And and the women that then have the offsprings of these men is potentially what we
deal
are
with out here.
supposed to go and wipe up.
Yeah.
And that's a lot.
So let
Go
me
ahead.
add to that, because you're exactly right. I noticed that well, I want to say this. I don't think a lot of women, young women, modern women these days have examples of how real men are. They have no examples of you guys. So when we're talking to them and we expect them to have, or when their conversation just seems so off, they're really only speaking from their experience. They have no examples of men being in a home. They have no examples of men asking questions about who they're dating or telling them what, don't wear that short skirt out. They don't have any male figure. They don't even have a male's voice in their head that would say that skirt is too short, or why are you doing this? It's not there at all. And when we're speaking to them, we act like we don't realize. I know we don't realize it, because it's just, when we're living our lives, it's a norm, but their life is totally different. So they have no example of you all. So I think y'all don't have to keep it in mind, but it's a real thing. There's no example of a male figure that really cares.
Well, that's why when they come into this space and they hear what black men say, they turn around and say, well, you hate black women.
Right.
Because we're checking them.
From the truth.
Right.
Furthest thing from the truth.
Dusty, welcome to Sage Talk again.
Hey, Dusty.
What's your contribution? The overall topic: should high value men wife up baby mamas to save the Communatau?
A few things. Of course, there's no community. I'm gonna constantly tell you that. These are just a whole bunch. It's a population of people who are out of control, and these people do not belong to. We can't just keep saying that because a man makes some money or has done something for himself that all these people belong to him and are his responsibility. You're only responsible for your household. You're actually yourself, your household, and whoever you decide that you're responsible for.
No, well, the supposition is that you owe the community something.
No, absolutely
and
not.
You have to come back and fix it. And it's fixing it mean you got to marry this woman with 3 kids. That's what you got to do. That's
How about now? How about absolute one that ain't even a community? So you being responsible for another 1, 2, or 3 different man's kids? The answer is absolutely not. If you find yourself in this place that they call a community and this is what they're telling you to do, run as soon as possible. Don't come back. Take your resources, get in your car. Don't stop and get gas. Just go.
Don't stop and
it's unsafe. People getting smoked over there trying to save people, and you're actually enabling bad behavior. You're telling the women, hey, you can go out here and get stuck by Raw Dog Ronnie, pop out a kid, and the Sierra prayer is going to save you. So what they're doing, while the men, the community Jones and the boys are going and helping soccer practice and everything, they're getting ready. They're at the wig shop and at the club getting stuck by Raw Dog Ronnie's brother and repeating, and here comes the second kid. So it's enabling the same bad behavior, and it keeps repeating. It also teaches the boys the victimhood, because they keep saying, we's victims. Somebody gonna say it's just repeating the same cycle. And for the most part, a lot of the high value men, not just people with money, but high value, a lot of higher earners and stuff that have common sense to make good business decisions, they're nowhere to be seen in this fake community. They're over there somewhere by themselves with their wives or looking for wives, but away from whatever this population is. They're not there, and I don't blame them.
So if a man never marries and never procreates, what exactly is his purpose for being here?
I guess to die. Or he can procreate and end up losing his own self trying to save baby.
No, I said he never did procreate. If he's here,
that's cool.
I'm saying if he doesn't get married, because we know that is a purpose in itself, and he doesn't procreate, that's another purpose in itself. He does neither one of those things, but he's been gifted with several gifts because he's here. He's here purposely. What is he to do?
Whatever he wants to do.
I know, I'm asking.
Go to Vegas. Go to the beach. Somebody got an echo. He can go to Vegas, the beach, the Bahamas. He can do whatever he wants. It's his life.
So what about all his gifts that he has, though? I'm sure he has something of value that he's carrying as a man.
And he should keep it and not give it to somebody else who didn't earn it, such as the woman who decided not to cooperate and pop out kids with Raw Dog Ronnie. It's not there.
No, we established that already. He hasn't done any. He didn't get married. He didn't have kids. So we've established that. But he's very gifted in many areas. So what does he do with it?
He can give it to his nephews, cousins, whatever he wants to do, he can do.
But that wouldn't be considered the community or sharing or mentoring. That wouldn't be considered any of that.
If there is no community, what is he supposed to be giving to?
No, you used the example of his nephews and nieces or what have you. That is still, I think that would be considered mentoring or what have you. I'm asking questions because I wonder about this because, you know, there are men that are monks and they're here for that purpose, but I don't know any men that are trying to be monks at this time. So I'm just wondering if a man is not procreating, is not being married or doesn't desire to be married or what have you, he still is gifted as a man. He was built to be a man. He came into this world as a man. So he still has some purpose. I was just wondering, what does that look like for that man?
Something other than going and saving something else.
Yeah, I don't know what that looks like.
I would think
not to do that.
Well, the fact that he's not getting married, meaning he's not wifing up a baby mama.
Right.
So that's off the table. But I think depending on what his life career has been, he can use his expertise either from his professional life or some greater passion that he has had in his desire to do, and he can contribute and leave a mark behind in some way that could be utilized by future generations as well.
Open up community centers, start a charity or something.
I'm hesitant about saying the word community center because that is just a go-to statement for us. It's like the building fund for the church.
Yeah.
You never see the building, but the building fund has been running for 25 years, you know. Yeah. And community centers, we see they come and go and they break down, and we rarely see the fruits of what they deliver. And I think today, with regard to technology and what's available, I think there are other avenues as to which we may be able to create and leave something behind. Definitely, I think we need to look to build more schools, private schools or charter schools that are Black owned and Black operated with a Black centric mindset to teach our children, because a lot of things are going on in the broader society and education that is really sabotaging our kids.
Right.
So I think that's one way to not be directly involved with any one particular woman, but where you can add some value to the people that you came from, whether the community is not a community, as you say, Dusto, or it's questionable, a community, but we still are a people, and there's still many of us here.
I disagree.
I think the answer. Hold on, just for a moment.
Go ahead.
Chicken Kool-Aid, welcome to Sage Talk. How are you, sir? Go right ahead.
I'm doing great, and thank you very much for having me on. I think the answer is absolutely yes. I think that at this point in time, both men and women, whether they have children or not, should definitely be invested in trying to get together. And here's the reason why. If you look at a single mother struggling every single day, and you look at a 35-year-old Black man, whether he's high value or not, and he's single, there is going to be some form of struggling in that scenario. And we all know at the end of the day, when we're talking about community, the only thing that it reinforces a strong community is strong Black families. And we're going to have to be invested in this, whether we like it or not. And there's going to be something, Shahzada Ali, salute to Kevin Samuels. He talked about her. I researched her. And she talked about something that's called forced integration, to where it's going to become a time to where Black people, right, while we out here playing these games, talking about submission and all of this type stuff, are just going to have to get together, because we're going to be in such a position, right, that we don't have any options from a financial standpoint. We don't own anything, right? Everything we're being dominated in. And here we are actually sitting around as grown adults actually just telling women and men, right? And I'm not talking about anything particular on the podcast, but we're telling each other why we shouldn't try to get married and all of this personality and ego. To be honest, is ridiculous. But I wanted to approach Miss Security Boss and something that you were saying in regards to procreating, in regards to men procreating. And this is another thing that's not being brought up in our community about the power of numbers. Of course, we had talked about. What happens when someone is dating interracially and they have children, and the fear that our numbers are going to be going down. And I want to speak directly to this because this has been going on. Why are we on the front lines? Why are we as Black people on the front lines encouraging the choices of our children being brought into the world? And I'm going to let you know why.
Encouraging the choices. Explain that.
In regards to the A word, I'm not exactly sure of the algorithm, right? But I'm just going to say the A word. I think everybody here understands what I'm saying.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Choice.
Okay, so here's the main thing, and I'm going to go ahead and drop off.
1 second. You don't have to drop off yet. And I don't want you to just come and just throw your point out there and then bounce. That's dialogue.
Okay.
If I get a chance, I'd like to respond, but go ahead.
1 second.
Okay.
What I would suggest to that, because that is a good point with regard to the numbers thing that you've been talking about. But the choice of bringing a child into the world is not the man's choice. Once the woman is impregnated and there's a conception, the man has made the choice, willfully or naturally by biochemistry. But the law has given women the choice to whether or not they're willing to have children. And we know from the statistics that either a little bit under or a little bit over 20 million Black children have been deleted. And that is not majority men's fault. Now, there are some men who may have said, I don't want that baby. But when a woman is having multiple deletions, those are decisions that she's making that are reckless, as opposed to protecting herself so she doesn't get pregnant. She's using the deletion process as a form of birth control. And that is a mindset that has been pervasive in our, not only our community, in the Western culture. Because if you look across Western cultures, none of these countries are having children. And I believe that the reason why that the Supreme Court reversed that decision is because they know they have a serious problem. Our women deleted 20 million, but their women deleted 40 million because
Way
it's over
more.
60. Because it's 60 million that are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So it's a cultural issue that needs to be addressed with the behavior of women that men have absolutely no control over.
So what was your question, sir? Was that your
Okay,
question?
so my question is, and thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for speaking directly in regards to that. You know what, in regards to you were saying about the survival, I think that in regards to what you're saying, you're absolutely correct, because can we really imagine right now, in regards to that number that Mr. Lee said, can we really imagine what the United States would look like with 20 million more Black people?
Who cares?
I did a show on that not too long ago. Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Not only the 20 million children that has been deleted, but if each of those children had 1 or 2 children, we'd be looking at 80 to 100 million strong.
Right.
We would run this country.
And we have
in
what?
every aspect.
22 million. We only have 22 million.
No,
look,
we have
look at the
42 million.
population. They would run this
42 of
country
women.
where?
Say again?
Looking at the population and how they're acting now, they would run this country where?
Well, obviously,
Into
if
the
the
gutter.
woman was of the mindset to have the children, we would be having families as opposed to destroying the community, right? So a positive mindset would be a woman that wants to have children for the man that she's with and choosing a man that is worthy to be a father to children. So
And they
women
stay
would be
together.
making better choices. And they stay together. Very good. Well said, Mr. Ballgame. Because This is something, and I think what Mr. Kool-Aid was saying earlier, that we will be forced to be together. You know what? It seems as though slavery forced us to be together and love each other. And after the civil rights movement and we had freedom of choice, the black woman was like, I'm out. I don't want you. So what you're saying is that black men, the only way we can be with black women is if we're forced to. Because if other than
That's
that,
not
the
what I'm
black woman
saying.
is. No, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying that's, by the analogy you laid out, that we will be at the bottom. In a sense.
No, we are.
Only
We
way
are
we
at this
can.
point in time. We are at this point in time. We're being dominated. We're being dominated in our own community, right?
Well, no,
How
we're
many?
being.
How
I
many
wouldn't
black
say we're
corner
being
stores?
dominated. Say again. Go ahead.
I think we are.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we're being dominated. I think we're being dominated, and we're also being occupied. Right now, if you look around to the people that's supplying us food in our own community, we've seen it in COVID. Once the food supply starts to dwindle, everything started to go in pandemonium. We don't even have a food track really and truly to feed ourselves. So when I'm saying this is based on survival, this really is.
How about
It really is imperative. It really is imperative for us because we have to look at it like this. And it's not all black women's fault that they're
No one
single
is
black
saying it all.
mothers.
No one said that.
No one said that.
I just wanted to point it. I just wanted to point that out. What I'm saying is this: we have to look at this from a survival standpoint. If we're not looking at this from survival, this is not something that's just willy-nilly. This is something for us to actually continue as a people. So if we're as men, if we're willing to let the women and children suffer based upon our own attitude, then what does that really say about us?
Well, let me
So
say
let me
this.
ask you.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, Morgan. 1 second, guys. Hank, hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
Who are the people that's talking about marriage? Is it the women or is it the men? Anywhere on YouTube you go, who is talking about marriage?
I would say it's both.
Woman. Woman. I'm about the only woman.
You're all by yourself. Generally,
you're the
men
only
talking
one.
about there not being any quality products.
Hold on.
Women,
So are
it's
you
the
guys
men who
saying? Are you
talking
guys saying
about-
right now?
It's the men
Are
who
you
are
guys
talking
saying
about
right now?
marriage. Yeah.
Are you saying right now? Are you saying right now that the basis of this conversation is not about marriage?
I'm saying the
I'm
basis
saying
of the
go
conversation
ahead.
is about marriage.
Okay,
And
so
what
how
I'm saying-
many
and what I'm
men?
saying
How
is-
many men is on this panel, and how many women is on the panel?
Well,
Men
this is not a
discuss
female-
marriage every
this
day.
This is not a female channel, so that's why you won't see a
only
lot of
one,
women
yeah.
here. That's number one.
What do you
But
see
my
on
point
female
The only
is-
thing I'm
channels, though?
saying is that men discuss marriage just as much as women.
No, what
That's
I'm
a
saying
lie.
is that, but
That's all.
my point
That's a lie.
is that part of what's happening with men discussing marriage is men are coming to the conclusion that certain demographic of women are not worthy to be chosen as a wife. And the conversation is expanding, and men are even taking options to leave the United States to find a woman that's a wife. This is the real conversation that we're talking about. So when you say that it's not all the women's fault, we don't speak in absolutes here. We talk from the majority of the situation, a generalization of what is before us. It's not 99% of the women, it's not 100% of the women, but it's a large enough majority that it's affecting Black men's choice to be married and have children. And the statistics say that over 50%, over 51% of Black men do not have children and are in the middle class. And the reverse is that 80% of Black women are single with children. That's the reality.
Might I respond? I'll try to keep
Dusty, go ahead. Dusto, go ahead. Then Eugene.
We're talking about a means of survival. So you're telling men who went and made themselves productive, resourceful, and everything, who are able to survive, to go over to the land where they can't survive and get eaten alive. Why would you do that? That's why they're leaving, is because of survival. They're leaving because this is an environment where they're dying at 46 from stress, heart attacks. getting smoked for trying to rescue wiggatized, reckless baby mamas. Men, get out of there.
We
So
just
you
saw a
can
young,
survive.
not to cut you off, Dusko. We
Go
just
ahead.
saw a young man who went to rescue some woman who was trying to buy something on a BET card and whatever that, welfare card is, but it was
Right, EBT.
insufficient funds, and she was trying to get chips, $3 chips, $2 chips. She go and she pump up this young brother. He comes, go behind the counter of this man's business, threaten him, put him in a chokehold, and this man have to defend himself by putting a 6-inch knife straight through his chest.
Oh.
Yep.
This is the reality that black men are dealing with some of these women. Now, this man is going to go to, this young boy is dead. The brother, the man
Okay,
was
so
an
think
older
about this.
man in his 50s and 60s. Let me complete it. The DA of New York was going to charge him, but after a week of investigation, they decided not to charge him. They said it was self-defense. And when you look at the video, it's clear. This was an older man, and this was a young boy. Not a boy, but a young man. He had all the advantage, but he was reckless in his behavior, and he wasn't thinking. All he had to do was ask the man, hey, how much does she owe you? I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. But we tend to overreact and be emotional, and every time one of our women put a battery in us, our way of solving problem is through violence. We are violent with other people, and we're violent with each other. We're killing each other. The women are deleting us, and the men are deleting us also. That's our community. So go ahead, sir.
So,
I just think.
So
1 second, ball game. Let him speak.
Yeah.
So in regards to what I'm saying, and I'm speaking about, and I understand I am speaking from some extreme standpoints, but this is serious. When we look in our community, and you're speaking about how that young man acted, right? We are aware that black boys right
He's not a
now.
boy. He was a grown man. He's not a boy.
I'm not speaking about that. I said we are aware right now that black boys are in poverty.
And that's because
This is
of
a
their
fact.
mother. And that's because of their mother.
And guess what? We don't have an action plan.
Well, there are men who have,
in my opinion, when we're saying when we're looking at a blanket statement, and we're looking at women with children and just making it seem like all those women with children are just problems, to me that's simply not true. And this is the reason why I'm saying the answer should be
no one said all. And I don't like when people use the indefinite pronoun all to suggest something that was never said. No one is saying all. We're looking at the statistics as a whole, the behavior of our community, and we can see it in the news. I've seen a woman walk up on the street on Channel 7 News, walk right up to a guy with a pistol held low, popped him in the head, and walk right across the street. Women are behaving like men, gangsters, no femininity at all, cold-blooded. This is our community, bro. And I understand what you're saying, but your men are looking for a way out. They're saying, I'm not dealing with this crap.
But there is no way out, sir.
There is a way out.
There is no way out.
No. There's definitely a way out.
There's no way out of this.
That's where you are wrong.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? Right now, black men, this conversation is just not started, right? This has been going on for quite some time. In actuality, right now, it's our generation who's just starting to talk about it. But this has been going on for quite some time.
No, our generation have a public platform where we can talk to a greater audience.
And our
That's
generation
what's
is
happening now.
and this generation is actually the generation that is not doing what you're suggesting, which is going out and rescuing people for making bad decisions. For the first time, guys are actually putting themselves in positions where they're actually elevating and they're actually leveling up, and they're saying, I'm not going to settle. It is not my responsibility to take my resources and go over here and save you when you make bad decisions. I understand what you're saying, and I do agree that we as a community have a lot of work to do. But you cannot ask someone who has worked diligently to move themselves from one platform to another in life and financially get themselves to a platform where they are actually considered to have made it, to go and say, now at this point, oh, I'm gonna rescue you. No, we do three things as men. Here's what I know for a fact. We have 3 P's: protect, provide, and procreate. And that procreate piece means that I'm going to use all my resources to ensure that my legacy is continued, right? And that's where we missed off at. The only difference is now at this point, we have a platform where men are actually able to say the things that they usually sit around and just hold inside and never say. They're saying it now, like, we deserve, right? We deserve better. And we don't like the treatment that we get. Women look at us sometimes and think to themselves, like, I have multiple homeboys who aren't married, and they're still out here in the dating market trying to find that woman to match them, or at least looking for a woman that's just willing to just partner with them to move to the next level. And he's okay if she's not a complete project, but just be submissive to him so that he can be in his masculine. And they won't do it. They're 100% combative at every turn. So what do you do in those instances then if the man has a desire to meet the 3 P's, but the woman is fighting him at the door and won't allow him to do that? He's got to have some resolve. There has to be something for him. And you're saying go over and rescue these people, but how can you rescue someone if they won't allow you?
I'm not going to rescue him.
That's
I'm going to be
a
honest.
bad investment, man. I'm not going to make that type of investment into an individual like that. Why? I'm going to invest my time, my energy, my resources to her kids, and her kids don't appreciate shit. And she may not appreciate. She may say, well, my kids come before you. I'll be damned.
Let me read
why
this.
Would I invest in that?
1 second, Hinks. Rainfire says, Lee, you're wrong. You can't blame mothers for their sons' behaviors. We're out working hard, trying to make ends meet. Now, I don't recall blaming a woman for her son's behaviors.
Yeah, I don't recall that either.
I'm blaming women for the decisions they made with the man that they chose to sleep with and procreate with. That's the decision I'm blaming you for. And besides that, if you had chose a man that was willing to work with you, you wouldn't be out there working so hard to make ends meet. A man would be alongside with you.
They want those high value men that you're talking about, Lee. They want the high value man. They don't want an average earner. They don't want an average man like myself. They want that high value man, and they know they don't qualify for that. A lot of them don't qualify for that.
I mean,
I have a solution to the problem.
Hold on, Dustin. You hear it all the time in these YouTube streets about what type of a man they want. You like you said, you referred to KS all the time. These chicks was nowhere near even worth even open their mouth said they want a high value man, but that's what they wanted. Knowing your qualification says you deserve a panhandler, you deserve a homeless man. The way your attitude is shitty. You deserve a shitty type man. You don't deserve that high quality, high value man. No, there's no way. But yet, every last one of them, that's what they wanted.
And they all thought that they were 10s. That's the root of the delusion. They all thought that they were 10s. So if I'm a 10, but you're really a 4, your overestimation of what you are really valuable as a woman, you can't even realistically choose a man that you can build with because you're thinking you're up here and you deserve something far greater than you're ever capable of attracting.
Dusto, before you give your solution, let me just say this. Chicken and Kool-Aid, let me say this. So what Mr. Lee and all these men are trying to say is that we're producing a better man who are making demands and have preferences. So it's up to the women to recognize that these are no longer the Pookie and the Ray Rays, and it's a better man. So we have to be better women. And it's just up for us to open our eyes and say, these are better men. And if we want to be a part of it, which we can be, we're going to have to figure out where our traumas come from, why we so angry, why we so damn mean, why we can't be submissive. And we already know because we don't have the covering that it's not there, but we have to account for that and recognize that that is why, and say, if that's what I want, then I'm going to have to allow these men to come in and, show me that this is who they are. It's up to us to do that. Otherwise, and we can't go back. It's up to the women to say, okay, I'm gonna move forward with you all. Show me what you're talking about. I can do it if they want to be a part of it. Now, it may be scary because there's no examples of it in the past, but they're being examples going forth. So women just have to pay attention and want and be willing to be a part of these men's plan. That's it.
Well said.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I have a solution. The solution we have some attorneys. The high value men speak first. Then there's even the simps and the Cape Crusaders. They all get together in a room, get a couple of attorneys, and the women, they get their attorneys and the government, whoever's funding them, and they just make a deal. A lot of the men they want, because women somehow found a way to have some money to get the wigs and the purses and stuff. So there's some money, and Junior got Jordans. The men say, you know what, we want that money. And we're going to come help Junior in football camps and get his grades together. We want that money. No purses, no wigs, no. We want steak and lobster cooked. We'll bring the frozen groceries. Y'all cook the food. Also, we need certain labor done in the community or whatever, paperwork, whatever, cleaning stores and whatever. Women, y'all need to show up and start doing it, as well as the simps who are about to lose their mind, going crazy with dry meat. We're going to have a community bun center. Since they're busting it open anyway for Raw Dog Ronnie, they might as well go ahead and let the simps get some too. So that way they can go to work peacefully, blood pressure will go down, and they'll stop killing each other in the parking lot fighting for buns.
So I want to add this. I'm sorry, I just want this one more thing. I do think though we need to get on one accord. I don't think the women understand. Sometimes it's kind of lost that the men want the women. I think women need to understand that women do still want them, because it's always a little bit of cattiness. Women need to know that they need to make a change and that men still want to be with them. A lot of times that's totally missed. It just seems like they're done. I'm talking about Black women. Y'all are just done and it's no hope for you. And I'm here to tell women, Black women, that is not the case. Men do want to be with you all, but we do have to put in the work.
Well, the one thing you said earlier, security
boss, they said no.
Who said no?
The women
The
by
women
their
are saying
actions,
no.
by the actions, by what you see.
I mean,
the women said no.
I mean,
but wait a minute, but
I mean,
Dusto,
I think like this.
if I accept, hold on for 1 second, Dusto, if I accept that, then you said no also.
Oh, I'll tell you no.
Well, then that's your equivalent. I'm talking to the men who are saying yes. I'm talking to the men who are saying yes. If these women do the work, I may consider.
Oh, no, I say yes to that. But as far as doing the work, they said no.
Oh, well, then ain't nothing you can do about it. If they don't want to do the work, then they'll be just left behind. And then they'll, eventually the women who are doing the work, it'll catch up to itself. If it took 50 years to to get this low, then it may take another 20 to turn around.
Well, you said it earlier in your statement, security boss, when you talk about that competing. These ladies need to compete. If that means you got to take your best friend out by the knees in order to get that man, that's what you need to do. Men are the prize. And y'all simp ass dudes, y'all better realize that, because a man like me already know I'm the prize. And if you get me, you're going to be blessed with my last name. Y'all not the prize, ladies. I'm sorry. I know it hurts your feelings, but that's facts.
Why they not the prize, Hink?
Because the odds says I'm the prize.
Because you said so. that works.
I think like this.
Why y'all just can't be two surprises? Why y'all can't just be two surprises together?
Hell no, you can't be. Ain't no. This ain't no little league football.
Okay, we can't all get a trophy.
Everybody ain't getting no trophies. No,
hell, only the winners.
Well, I think the man is the prize. The man is the prize, and the woman is the catch.
Yeah.
I think like this. I think that I think that this thing has been going on for quite some time. I mean, we could go back. I mean, I'm from Louisiana, right? So, like down south, it wasn't a surprise to see a man, that had a family and two of the kids wasn't his, and he still had 4 other children.
I don't know about that.
So
I mean, Florida. I grew up in Florida. I don't know about that
no more. See, that's the thing. Today's men aren't
I
doing
didn't grow
that
up like
no
that.
more.
I didn't see that. Everybody in my neighborhood, even the guys, even my friends whose parents didn't stay together, their dad has got them on a consistent basis to the point that they were involved in the process. And our community back then was strong enough to say, you know what, we're not gonna let this dude fail this kid. You feel me? But that went away somewhere. You know what I mean? I'm a 70s baby. Like I said, I just turned 50 in March. But
so am I.
I don't
So am I.
see,
I
I
mean,
didn't see that. Like I don't know. I didn't see that, bro. And
I mean,
everybody's
I
experiences
mean,
are
I come
different.
from a time. I come from a time where everybody owned their own home. I came from a time where, you know what, where hey, I came from a 2-family household. And in actuality, the reason why I'm speaking in regards to this is because, you know what, exactly in this situation is exactly what happened with my mom and my dad. When my dad and my mom first met, she had 2 other children. It wasn't because my mom was, you know, some female just out and about. She just had 2 other children. And guess what? When my dad came into the picture, our family thrived. Our family
And
thrived. He was there. He provided. He provided leadership. She provided wisdom. And you know
But
what?
here's
All of her
but
children,
you're
all of her
talking from the
children went to college and different things such as that. Now, it's something different. It's going to be something different if a woman just doesn't want to get on the same page as a man,
but
right?
that's what
that's a
we're
That's
different.
something
talking
Your
about.
completely
mom was
different.
a
That's what
different
we're
type
talking
of
about.
woman, bro.
Right. That's what we're
Like
talking
legitimately,
about.
the women
It's 2022,
nowadays are
man.
not
Ain't no
even
way.
built from the same material that your mom was built from. You feel
These
what I'm
women
saying?
in 2022,
Like
there ain't no way.
your mom was still probably in the mindset of understanding that she needed to be more
Humble.
so the
Humble.
humble and in her purpose of being the helpmate for the man that came in to take over the head of the household responsibilities. That's not what young men are out here having to deal with these days. These women are out here challenging them at the door for the top spot in the relationship,
Not only that,
knowing full like
they're telling the man what they're not going to
not
do.
going to do. Yeah, completely different.
Let me ask you, Chicken Kool-Aid, would you encourage your son to marry a woman with 2 kids in 2022? Would you do that?
Feed them to the wolves.
Hold on, you was breaking up. I didn't quite understand you. Please forgive me.
I was asking you, would you encourage your son to marry a woman with 2 kids
In 2022. Right now, would
Right
you
now, today?
co-sign that? Yes. Would you co-sign your son marrying a woman with 2 kids?
It would depend upon the situation.
Actually, I agree with that.
It would
Okay,
depend
so
upon the situation.
So lay it
And he
out
has
there. Give
2
me the
kids?
stipulations.
Yeah, give
I'm
us the
talking about
situation.
he's single with no kids, and yet she has 2 kids. You're willing, no matter what the situation, you're willing to do that. You tell your son to do that.
He said it has to be a specific situation.
I don't
So
give
want
a
to know.
damn what situation. If my son has no kids, there's no goddamn way I'm gonna say, son, go out there and find you a good woman with 2 kids.
Hank, I'm with you, bro.
You know, I
I'm with
could say this. When I was 18 years old, I was dating a young woman that had 2 children. I mean, one child. She was 2 years old, the baby. I brought that young woman home to meet my mom. And for whatever reason, I had forgotten that my grandmother was coming over. And my grandmother lived in LA and we lived in New York. And my grandmother was at the house. I introduced the girl to my mom. The little baby was with us. We left. When I came back, my grandmother grabbed me by the arm and looked me right in the eye and told me, get rid of that woman.
Mm.
Straight up. Not even my mother had anything to say. My grandmother was strong like that. And that's my mother's mom. And my father's mother was the same. But my grandmother looked me right in the eye and said, Lee, you do not need to be with that woman. Get rid of her. And I was 18
Very
years
similar
old, not too
circumstance.
far
I
from
had a
coming
very
out of high school.
Yeah, I had the same situation. It's very similar. My mom, it wasn't my grandma, it was my mama saying, she was like, I'm never ever going to accept this. No. And I was like, well, I love her, mama. And she was like, I don't care. It's either me or her. And I kept asking her over and going, why? Why? She said, because you're going to always have issues with that child's father. It's always going to be there. I know those people. I know that family. No, that is not something that you're going to bring into our situation over here. No, we're not doing it. And I couldn't see it. You know what I'm saying? But my mom is saved me from a lifetime of pain and hurt. Yeah.
And
But
today, the
there is a
reality
small
is, and
percentage of
today,
ones that can make it
parents
work,
don't.
though.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Parents don't take steps to protect their children anymore. They just leave them to the world and the ravages of making immature decision. An 18-year-old and a 19-year-old don't know what a 40-year-old know in life. And
Right.
when you're a parent, your job is to raise your children and teach them about the real world. And the bottom line is, I mean, if we were animals, we would be extinct because our parents are not teaching us how to survive. We're going to the water hole at night and we're going to get chewed up.
Because the lions are out there
And
at night.
walking alone. You don't walk alone in the Sahara.
Yeah.
And I just think that as a people, we have lost our way in really raising a family, protecting our family, educating our family, and helping them make the right decisions until they're at the position where they can make better choices in their life and they're more self-secure. What we do is kick them out of the house at 18 and figure it out on your own. That's a joke. No other ethnic group does that. I'm in Latin America, and some of these young boys, they'll be in their house with their mother until they graduate college, 23, 24. They got a law degree, and now they're going out.
That was mine.
So listen, guys, listen, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much, Mr. Lee, for allowing me on the panel, but I need to go. But y'all continue with the good conversation, and hopefully I get to come back some other time.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for gracing us with your wisdom as well.
It was nice. It was nice speaking with you.
You too, cheaper than Kool-Aid. All right.
Trayvon Watts, welcome to Sage Talk. What do you have to say? What do you have to contribute to the program?
Young man.
You know, I caught part of the conversation. I actually had my son just a little bit ago, so my hands was full with him. But I'm quite sure I'm the youngest one on this panel at the moment. I'm 29 years old. So a lot of what you just said a few minutes ago about how the women they'll tell you how things are going to be, but they're not going to do. That's exactly what we deal with. And I can tell you now, man, it's hard for me. It's hard to date. It's hard to date.
Yeah.
A lot of these women, these young ladies, they are my age or a few years younger. They have a kid already, or they got 2 kids. And I just I don't know, man. I gave up. I'm like, I come to the reality that this is pretty much how it's gonna be. You know, and if I do find one that doesn't have kids, it's kind of like she's brainwashed with this society. You know, she's not thinking the way that she should be thinking. So it's just kind of like, what do you do? And I heard somebody pose a question earlier, like, well, what do we do at that point? You know, is the answer to run away and go to another culture, go to another country, and go date a different race? So that's kind of where I'm stuck in between. I kind of been listening to you guys back and forth. I mean, what do you guys think is the answer to this?
I don't
Do whatever works.
Yeah, you got listen, first and foremost, I think when you hit a stage in life where you don't have
Froze.
to make any excuses, or you don't have to justify what for you is always going to be specifically for you. So you have to do and make decisions that are going to be best for you as well. Your legacy, your lineage here, and your time spent here is only going to be quantified by those people that are willing to tell your story after you're gone anyway. So in the matters of you matching up and finding a woman that matches the purpose that you have in terms of how you want to move forward in life to the next 40, 50 years of your life, that's your choice. You don't have to justify that to anyone else. I mean, I think there is an importance in terms of finding a woman that's willing to uplift and keep you, you know what I'm saying, moving forward. That's important. But in the same sense, I gotta be honest with you, if you get yourself caught up in trying to meet the expectations of everyone else, you're gonna wind up wasting time out here. And you don't have, I mean, time is something we never get back. So
right.
Make your list, stick to your list, and don't waver on what you know are important things for you. And wherever you find her is where you find her. Because at the end of the day, you're the only one that's got to deal with her on a consistent basis, not everyone else. It doesn't really matter.
Well, if I may interject,
But anyone else,
we're coming up
going
on
off and grabbing women from there.
We're coming up on Amira's show that's coming up in a few minutes, so I'm going to have to close out our conversation. But little podcast, I'd like to give you the opportunity to speak because you were sitting in the back chat for a minute. So go ahead and add your contribution, then I'll have one or two people just add a few words, and then we'll close it out.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee. Shout out to JR. Hank, what's up, bro? Scam, what's the deal? Salute, Mr. Ball Game, Trevor Watts, Chicken and Kool-Aid, Security Boss just missed you. Hey, sis. Honestly, I just wanted to say, like, to answer the question directly, I don't know if high value men have a responsibility to necessarily seek out women with children, particularly women with multiple children. But if we're talking about men that are not high value, then I would have to say yes. But I'm listening to the men that are high value because I'm not that. I'm an average earning guy, and like I understand now why they make the claims and the statements that they make.
Who's they?
High value men.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
particularly men in the YouTube space, right? Because that's really the only place where I hear these conversations. I don't hear them in real life, right? But at the same time, I guess I'm technically not around what we would consider a bunch of high value men. And then the guys I do know that would qualify as high value men earning wise, they weren't that when they married the women that they were with. And so consequently, a couple of them are in marriages with women with children.
They are married. See, that's the thing. They are married. So we are talking about black men being married. And the conversation really started because I was inspired by what Mr. Let Go was proposing, was that we have an 80% single mother rate in the black community. And his solution was men of value, high value or otherwise, need to wife these women up to close the gap on that single mother status. And what I'm saying is that black men, we don't owe them nothing like that. We have to realize that for the past 50, 60 years, black women have been running roughshod over black men. Doing whatever the hell they want.
That's a fact.
And now that the community is in shambles and destroyed, yeah, we're going to fix it. We're going to make a new one. We ain't going to renovate the old one. We're going to make a new one. And the women who have the mindset that can make the adjustment and the shift to be with a high value man, or men who are not looking to have a short lifespan because of dealing with crazy women ending up in jail or getting killed on their behalf, those women will have a good life. But there might just be two black communities, one over there and one over here.
So can I excuse me? So can I ask a question really quickly?
Sure.
If the single mother rate in the black community is very high and it's been that way for some while, then I think it would be fair to assess that a lot of the high value men, maybe not the majority, but a lot of the high value men came from that, right? They came from single mothers, or they came from mothers who were married to men who weren't the father of their children, right? So,
well, not necessarily married. They just came from single parents' household. But they see those men. Those men have worked to build themselves into something, and they have brothers who went to jail. They have brothers who were drug dealers. They have brothers who were drug addicts. But they are one of few that made it out. And I think many black women who had the chance also to take a different route, some of them didn't take that route. I'm not saying that they're not good, successful black women out there. Yes, there are. And there are good black women who are worthy to be chosen as a wife. Absolutely. And some of them made a bad mistake. But if you make one mistake, I can maybe scratch that off as a mistake if everything else lines up. But if you got 2 and 3, that ain't a mistake. That's just bad judgment and reckless behavior.
Yep.
I think what I was mentally doing was thinking about a couple of people that I know, even in my family, where they moms married other men while we were young, right? And then they ended up building themselves into something. I have one cousin in particular. He owns his own construction company. He's married. He
Right.
has a wife. Ironically, she's not black though; she's Puerto Rican. But when he married her, she did
Nonetheless.
have a son, right?
Right.
And he came from his mom having 3 kids, and she married a man. I think he's of some sort of Caribbean descent, but
Right.
he married her while she still had young children, and they built something up as well. But as I'm playing it out in my head, there's different factors there. The wife is Puerto Rican. His mom's husband was from Caribbean descent, not to mention the fact that his dad died. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So now
Right.
that I'm playing it out in my head, I see that there's some things that are different from it. But I mean, listen, I would just say this. I think it would be nice if the high value men rescue, you know what I'm saying, some of these mamas, some of these kids. And we probably have some kids in those situations, right, that could turn out right with the proper upbringing.
But
I think, but I'm
listen,
not
bro,
saying
it
that it's their
doesn't.
responsibility. But
It
let me
doesn't
just be
even
clear.
have. Oh.
Let me just be clear. I'm not saying it's their responsibility. That's why I said I just said it would be nice, but I'm not saying it's their responsibility. I get it.
But here's the issue. It doesn't even have to be a high value man at this point. It has to be the woman being willing to understand that there only are so many high value men out here.
Right.
You know, the problem is that you just spoke about being, I don't think you average, bro. You're very eloquent in how you talk. You know what I'm saying? You're very articulate. You put your points together well. That in itself, to me, gives you extreme value because you can articulate your thoughts in a way that anyone here listening to you know that you're smart, right?
Thank you.
But a woman is gonna look past you, even though you're sitting here being able to do this. They're gonna look past you and they're gonna worry about what your bank account is, as opposed to saying, and then you tell her, let's say you make 65,000, she make 34, 35, and she's still gonna frown her nose up at you.
Yes.
Like you make double what she makes, and she's still looking at you like you ain't good enough. Like, come on, that's what my man Trayvon was talking about. We're dealing with women with very delusional understandings of what really is out here, and they're looking past all of the great guys. Because I was an average guy. I still consider myself, to some degree, even though what I make a year, that doesn't define who I am as a person. But average, I mean, I'm not the best looking dude on the planet, but
well, one thing I'm thinking that we need to really consider and propose, we need to have a class system in Black America.
Yeah.
Because just because we all came out of slavery together, all of us are not running the same race now.
Nope.
Some of us are 100 years out of slavery in terms of our accomplishment. And some of us are acting like we just got out of slavery yesterday.
Right.
We're not on the same level. And we need to have a distinction between the merchant class, the trade class, the business class, the executive class, and the elite class, and the poor class. It exists in every other country.
It does, indeed.
Yeah,
So we have to understand that.
I agree with what you're saying. I think that was part of my mission when I first entered the YouTube space, was to kind of hold women accountable, for the mistakes that I saw them making, particularly when it came to how they deal with men, and more importantly, how they raise men. Because a lot of times I say you're raising the very men that you're complaining about. But I agree with you on what you just said, Mr. Ballgame, and Mr. Lee, for that matter, because I've seen that play out where the good guy got mistreated, the good guy got overlooked. Guys that worked for CTA, that's not 100K, but in Chicago,
That's a solid income.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's pretty good. And those guys got overlooked, or it's being said that it's not enough because it seems like our women are just so unwilling to build. Whereas in other ethnicities, it seems like they're more willing to build. If your race is married at a rate of 53% or better, that means the average folk are getting with average folk trying not to be average. And I think, it's definitely absolutely a big thing for us to push that in our community as well, especially for the kids.
Okay, and with that, I'm not going to have time for everybody else to make closing statements. We're already crossed the hour for Amira to begin. Thank you, everybody, for coming up, for showing up, and for speaking your mind. This was a very interesting conversation. And, there's a lot that needs to be done with the Black community, and there are a lot of choices that Black men have to make. This is just one of them. Until next time, have a good week. See you guys next week. Sage Talk.
Right on.
Salute.
We